All right, good evening. It is now, well, actually 6:31, and I call to order this meeting of the Lincoln County Planning and Zoning Commission. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. The order of events for tonight will be as follows. For each public hearing, staff will introduce the agenda item and present the summary of the staff report. The applicant will then be asked to explain their proposal in further detail and to answer any questions from the Planning Commission members. I will then open the floor to the public comment, first for the persons in support of the applications, and then for the persons in opposition of the application. When you step up to the podium, please state your name and address and speak into the microphone. Speakers are encouraged to only address new and relevant information pertaining to the item. Above all, please be cordial to all meeting participants and refrain from side conversations and speaking out of turn, or you will be asked to leave. Lastly, decisions on rezoning applications will be scheduled for an additional public hearing during an upcoming commissioner meeting. Decisions on conditional use permit applications may be appealed to the County Board of Commissioners by submitting a letter to the County Planning and Zoning Office within 5 business days. All right. I will now call to order. Do roll call. Commissioner Jongling.
Here.
Commissioner Boots.
Here.
Commissioner Green.
Here.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Instead.
Here.
Commissioner Poppins, is he on the phone? Or no, he's not here. Commissioner Landine here? No commissioner here? Okay. All right. I will ask for approval of the meeting minutes for this evening.
I'll move to approve. Scott?
Second,
Jongling.
Johnstead.
Well, we have a motion to approve and a second.
And a third, I believe.
And a third. All right. I will go ahead and do roll call. Commissioner Jungling?
Yes.
Commissioner Boots?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Commissioner Instead?
Yes.
Perfect. I will ask for approval of the meeting agenda, a motion to approve.
So moved, Green.
Second, Scott?
Perfect. We have a motion and a second for approval. Commissioner Jongling?
Yes.
Commissioner Boots?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
And Commissioner Instead?
Yes.
All right. Now we will move on to public input on any non-agenda items. All right, seeing none, we will move forward to any old business, Toby. All right, we will move forward on to the public hearings.
So Madam Chair, this first item or application for the rezone, staff did receive some comment from the applicant today. The applicant would like to postpone the application. I didn't see the applicant in attendance this evening, but that would be the request or the recommendation from staff at this time is that you postpone it based on the applicant's request.
Okay. Do we have a motion to postpone this for the applicant?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to postpone. Scott?
Second, Jungling.
All right, we have a motion to postpone in a second. All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Jungling.
Yes.
Commissioner Boots.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Instead.
Yes.
And Commissioner Hogan is a yes. Moving on.
Madam Chair, are we on number 2?
Yes.
I'm gonna recuse myself.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Toby Brown, representing County Planning. This application before you is a conditional use permit. The applicant and property owner is CHS Inc. Location is approximately 1 mile west of the city of Worthing. Subject property where this conditional use permit is being considered from is zoned A1 agricultural. The property is what I call split zoned, so a portion of it, as you can see, is zoned commercial. There's a portion that was rezoned to commercial and rezoned back to A1 agricultural. That's the applicable area for this application this evening. As you can see, property surrounding this parcel to the north is Zone C Commercial, to the south is Zone C Commercial across South Dakota 44. The Interstate 29 is directly adjacent to the east. And then the property to the west is Zone A1 agricultural as well. So as you can see, this property is developed. CHS has been operating on this property for a number of years. It is a facility that's has multiple conditional use permits on it, as noted in the staff analysis or staff report. These are just some shots of the screen. So the parcel size of this is 152 acres, and the purpose for this conditional use permit is a grain handling facility. This is the site plan that was submitted with the application, so the new use would be constructed where I have the cursor on the screen right now. The applicant as well did submit a rendering today that shows this is what the facility would look like as far as a grain handling facility. So as part of the application process, staff did have a discussion with the applicant and did have a review of the ordinances as was noted in the staff report or staff analysis. Staff identified that this proposed use would be consistent with the criteria in section 154-383 of the zoning ordinance. Staff does analyze that this area is a mixed use of commercial and agricultural, and as mentioned, this use generally is, as the operation has been operating here for a number of years. And that this particular use needs rail access. It also needs road access, and so that is met. That is a criteria that is met with the location where it's being proposed. So as part of the review and analysis, staff has analyzed it through the staff report. Staff does recommend approval of this request to construct and operate the grain handling facility. Staff does recommend, though, that there be 5 conditions placed on the permit, and it's listed in the staff report. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have for staff. I would note that staff did post the property. The applicant did send letters of notification out to adjoining property owners. As of this time, staff has received no comments from any of the adjoining property owners or any concerned citizens regarding the application. So with that, I'd be happy to answer questions that you have for staff at this time.
Okay, anybody have any questions for staff?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant is in attendance.
Thank you. All right, if I can have the applicant come to the podium, please. Explain your proposal.
My name is Todd Kirby. I'm with CHS, specifically CHS Branding Group. I live in Salem, South Dakota, 201 West Franklin Avenue. As Toby had described, we're here requesting a permit to build a new grain handling facility, state of the art. It's all cement, slip form, 6-pack is kind of what the term they use. So we have 6 silos and 7 intersize bins. And the material handling equipment will have 2 receiving pits enclosed, and each one of them will have a 20,000 bushel an hour, 20,000 bushel an hour, that better? Sorry, 20,000 bushel an hour receiving legs. All the dust mitigation, both above and below grade, so those will all be captured. I mean, you can see it on the picture there as well. And then on the shipping legs, we've got 2 40,000 bushel an hour legs. Those are 225 foot each. So all the fall protection and all that stuff that kind of goes with adjacent to that. That's kind of the overview of it. I don't know if you have any specific questions on the facility's structurally is or operational piece of it is, but that's kind of what we've got. And then we're also putting trees along our southern border and western border. The NRCS has already given us their plan, and we're putting 3 rows of trees, 2 maple types in the middle or inside, and then Black Hill spruce trees on the outside for aesthetics. And then we're planting alfalfa in the remaining property to mitigate dust or anything like that. So, and then we always use products on the gravel, the aggregate, to keep the dust down, mainly for our neighbors and for the traffic on 44 too. So But, yeah, we already exist there with our campus already. We just want to enhance our business there as well as bring more service to our rural customers.
Okay,
Madam Chair, a couple
Yep.
questions.
absolutely.
Doug, thank you.
Thank you.
Have you talked to the highway superintendent at all about increased traffic?
Yes, I presented the plan to them and the volume estimations. As you see there, we got 2 bunkers there. They hold about 4.2 million is kind of our annual volume. So we'll still utilize those storage facilities. The win or the gain is where we have to haul it in. It comes in by truck and every pound of it goes out by truck. Now that will change from, well, it'll still come in by truck, but by and large, a bulk of it will leave by rail. So, we're estimating it around 10 million is kind of our volume handle. Right now, it's 4.2 in and 4.2 out, so it won't be a huge traffic impact according to the DOT, but you still have to kind of give them an idea of what you're thinking and how it's going to impact them, so. And
A second access or anything
no,
like that?
at least not at this point. If they require an impact study, that would be something we'd have to do for them, so, and we would do that, so.
So if a turn lane need to be added or anything, that'd be on your responsibility for the traffic?
I mean, I don't know how the law reads or how that works, but if it comes to us in that fashion, we'll do what we're asked to by the state. But I would hope that they would kind of help out a little bit, so,
Thank you.
yeah.
Anybody else? Okay, all right,
Thank you.
thank you. At this time, I will ask for anybody in favor. Seeing none, I will ask for anybody in opposition of this application. All right, seeing none, I will close the floor for public comment. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the 5 staff recommendations. Green.
Second instead.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval. Any discussion?
Only thing I gotta say is that company's always been a good company and been good neighbors. All the other facilities I've been through with theirs, so I think they'll be a good neighbor, a good partner to the area.
And the increased storage capacity, the ability to get it out on rail versus
Yep.
in by truck, out by truck, I think is, the impact is, I think it's the right thing to do. So.
Anybody else? All right. All right, we have a motion and a second for approval. I will do roll call. Commissioner Jongling,
Yes.
Commissioner Boots,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott. Oh, excuse me, he recused himself. Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Anstead,
Yes.
and Commissioner Hogan is a yes. Congratulations. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm
Yeah.
gonna recuse myself from this one.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This next item is a conditional use permit application for contractor shops. The applicant for this item is Big D Homes. The property owner is Analog Holdings LLC. The location of this property is approximately 1,900 feet to the south of the city of T. Subject property is part of what I would call an older subdivision that was approved in the county. So the property is zoned commercial and was approved and established for commercial, what I would call light industrial type uses within the premises. This is in fact one of the last remaining lots within this development. And so this property is currently what I would call, there's some storage on the property, but there is no conditional use permits or any uses approved on the property other than what's permitted on there. So the applicant did submit an application proposing to build essentially two structures on the property that would be used for contractor shops and storage, which is a typical use in this particular development park. There's a multitude of different types of uses, but a lot of storage, warehousing occurs within the vicinity of it. So staff did receive the application, did have discussions with the applicant, and did review the ordinances for compliance. There is no specific standards for contractor shops and storage yards or special standards that need to be met other than outside of the lot and yard regulations. However, what I think is unique about this application is that the applicant did identify hours of operation and specific requirements that would be of the tenants within the facility. So that's somewhat unique that we made sure we presented in the staff analysis because we don't typically get that from applicants. As well as I did note, is that within the contractor shops or within the building, Big D Homes would also have their offices within there. And they are a home builder within Lincoln County. So staff did analyze the area again. Primarily, this is a commercial, is established commercial park or business park. And so the proposed use shouldn't have any impact on adjacent properties or future use of unused properties within the area. So staff does recommend approval of this request to construct and operate the contractor shops with the 6 conditions that were identified in the staff analysis. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have for staff.
Anybody have any questions for staff?
Okay, thank you. The applicant is in attendance, Madam Chair.
All right, perfect. Have the applicant come forward?
Hello, I'm Kim Hofer with Big D Homes, also own Analog Holdings. My address is 8505 East Sugarleaf Circle in Sioux Falls. And we're proposing building a couple of contractor shops on our empty lot that we currently own.
Okay. Anybody have questions? No? Mr. Green, I see you looking diligently there.
All right. I do have a question. So the ingress and egress from that area, is that a paved off of the main road
Yes.
all the way up? So it's, okay.
We're looking at doing concrete for our whole parking lot and our egress.
Okay. That's all I have.
Any others?
Nope.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I will ask for anybody in favor of this application. Seeing none, I will ask for anybody opposed to this application. All right, seeing none, I will close the floor and ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with the 6 conditions. Scott?
I'll second Green.
All right, we have a motion in a second. Any discussion? No discussion? All right. All right, we'll go ahead and do a roll call. We have a motion in a second for approval with all the conditions. Commissioner Jongling.
He's gone.
Oh, yeah, recused. Oh, my Lanta. Commissioner Boots.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Instead.
Yes.
And Commissioner Hogan is a yes as well. Congratulations.
So, Madam Chair, this next item, item number 4, is an application for a conditional use permit for fireworks sales. The applicant for this item is Mike Denning. The property owner is Vernon Hain. And location, this is directly adjacent to the city of Harrisburg. Subject property is Zone C Commercial. Property to the north is Zone C Commercial as well. The property adjacent to the west is zoned city, I guess is what you call it, or it's incorporated within the city. So the property does currently have a building on the property that we believe is used for auto sales, auto repair. This is some vicinity shots. So Mr. Denning approached our office, and I'll say that this is somewhat unique, is that because we have a timeline associated with this, is that we did allow this to be placed on the agenda, but it did not meet the application deadlines. But because of timing and because of what the use is that we did squeeze it on the agenda. The applicant is proposing to utilize two structures, and I'll let him explain more about that, but to place them on this property to be utilized for fireworks sales. And so, under the ordinance, with a conditional use permit, property can be utilized for fireworks sales up to 9 days without being located within a permanent structure, so typical roadside stand type things. So staff did review the application, did have discussions with the applicant, and did note in the staff analysis that there really is no specific criteria for fireworks sales as far as setbacks or other outside of the usual type regulations for buildings or temporary type structures. However, this is a use that's allowed within there. Did communicate with the city of Harrisburg, this application. I believe Mr. Denning previously sold fireworks sales within the city of Harrisburg, but because of road construction within the city of Harrisburg, I believe that he wants to identify this particular property for sales this year. And so staff identifies this as really a temporary use, so it should really have no long-term negative impacts on adjacent properties. As well as, I guess, it was unclear to me too if Mr. Denning is then going to go back to his other property at that time, but that might be something that you flesh out during the applicant process. So staff did post the property. The applicant did send out letters to the adjoining property owners last week. And so staff does recommend approval of this request with the 5 conditions that were listed in the staff analysis. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have for staff.
Madam, Toby, what's, I guess what I caught there is that there's gonna be a temporary structure that this would be used. Do you think that there should be something in the conditions, A, allowing the temporary structure, and then B, limiting to the 9 days as well? Or what in this would do that, I guess?
Yeah, so I think, well, a couple things is state law too, as far as what the requirements are for the sales of fireworks. I think really what we're looking at is the use on the site. So, typically with the fireworks sales that we have approved, it's always been a temporary type structure. I'll let him explain a little bit more what his structure is. It's a little bit more than a roadside stand. It's kind of it's a truck box kind of a thing, and I'll let him explain about that.
But in other conditional use permits, what's our policy on temporary structures? To me, I guess we don't get a lot of requests for those.
Yeah, we typically wouldn't put a regulation on it.
We what?
We wouldn't typically put a regulation on it,
We would just allow it?
just allow it, yeah. Because we're really allowing the use of it. So the state fire marshal will investigate if the structure is appropriate and those kind of things, so, yeah.
Madam Chair. So you had mentioned that the application didn't meet the traditional timelines. We were able to squeeze this one in. You said that the applicant was able to get mailings out a week ago. Is it within the normal time frame for the neighboring properties to be notified?
No.
So is there potential that they're, yeah. Okay.
Let the planning commission be the judge of that, so, yeah.
Any other questions?
So, maybe you answered this, I didn't hear it when this is a temporary conditional use permit, right?
Can you turn your mic on, Jerry? Is your mic on? There you go.
There we go, hit the button. All right, so yeah, this is a temporary conditional use permit, or does it last a year? Is there a limit on this? Since they only sell for 9 days, is it a temporary permit then, or condition?
So the use is not. The use, if approved, this use would be allowed on that property as long as it doesn't cease for 2 years. But what the applicant's proposing is really a temporary of this use, if that makes sense. So he's proposing just to do this for 9 days on the property.
But, and maybe I'm misunderstanding you, but I think what Jerry's at, or Commissioner Jungling's asking, so like, then again, next year, is this just gonna happen, or does he have to
Yeah.
come back and apply
No,
for it?
he would not
again?
have to come back. It'd be continuous. And then someone else could operate it too, like if he doesn't. This could be operated on that property.
And it could be, so it could be transferable to,
Yep, yep.
to the,
It's a site. Yeah.
The use stays with the property, so that's what you're approving. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Toby.
If we can have the applicant come forward, please.
Good evening. I'm Mike Denning. I reside at 6605 West 52nd Street in Sioux Falls.
Okay, you want to tell us a little bit about your proposal?
Yes, the
here?
reason why I'm here is I got knocked off my property that I sold fireworks in Harrisburg because of the construction. So I had to look for a new site. That's why I'm here. So I tried to get a site up North Cliff, but that's now under construction. So that's why I ended up going over to Minnesota Avenue. Talked to Mr. Hine to see if we could set up there. And he agreed to doing that, letting us set up there. So then we went forward with doing the permit in the right manner. So this is just, I mean, the license that I have to sell is only 9-day license for South Dakota residents, June 27th through July 5th. You won't see me back here for a New Year's Eve license or anything like that. I'm asking for approval for just the 9 days for June 27th through July 5th. The structures we have, if you think of, you see a U-Haul truck and you just cut the axles off, and you just set them down on the ground, and then we knock out the sides, and then we just have shelving in there and lights on the inside. So people come up to the structure and then we hand them the fireworks. As far as parking would be back around the side to the south. On this map, the state owns the land because they acquired that line. I've already reached out to Travis at the DOT, who I've worked with many times, and he says he doesn't have a problem when you have overflow parking there. Now, out front there, what's important to me is there's, I don't know the correct word, you got the white line, you got 2 lanes going down, then you got a white line. We're gonna put cones up there so nobody parks there. Does that make sense? Because when they come in and out, we just don't want crazy stuff to happen. So we'll have signs that say entrance and then cones there so, they gotta pull in and park. So,
So you're talking like on the shoulder there of Minnesota Avenue?
yeah, I don't know what legally you call that, but there's a white line that goes out, down. And we don't want anybody to park there.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for the applicant?
yeah, I do.
Okay.
So you had mentioned at the beginning here that the reason you were doing this is because you lost your site in Harrisburg due to construction. Is that just a temporary loss of that site then? I mean, is that something you're gonna get back next year?
I have thank you for this question. I have a new landlord.
Okay.
So I don't know if this landlord's gonna allow me to come back yet. I haven't asked, because I don't know what they're gonna do with that land, because it's all tore up there and making that roundabout. I would love to go back there, yes.
So were you operating a different business off of there, or you were just renting a spot for 9 days?
I was renting a spot there to sell fireworks.
Okay. And so if that was to happen, or if that person would let you, would you rather go back to Harrisburg to that spot?
Guess we'll find out how much I do in sales this year. That's an honest answer.
Thank you.
I just have a question. Where at okay, you said because the roundabout is taken up, were you like by BP, were you by Fairway, where were you at?
Right behind BP.
Right behind, okay.
There's an empty lot there. I think
Yep.
it's Vurick or somebody that owns it now.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
Would you be opposed if there was a condition added, removing, I guess one of my concerns is that we're putting a temporary structure up there, and me personally, I'd like to see it, make sure that it's gone after the 9 days, or are you planning on leaving it there year-round?
No,
or-
no, that structure comes down. All my structures like
Okay.
that, whether it's a tent or.
So you
structure
wouldn't be
like that.
opposed to adding that into the
You
conditions?
put it in there, I'll make
Okay.
sure it's down.
Okay.
Yep. Just give me a couple days to get the
Yeah,
guys over
right.
there. But yes, the site will be cleaner than what it is when we get there.
Okay.
How many sites like this do you run?
7.
What would be the closest one to this?
Marlin's Family Restaurant parking lot.
Oh, on the T exit. Okay.
Any other questions?
Nope, I'm good.
Any other questions? No? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I will ask for those in favor of this item to come forward. Seeing none, I will ask for those in opposition. Seeing none, I will close the floor and ask for a motion.
Nope.
You wanna,
Well, I just wonder when we should do it. I guess make a motion for this, and then we can
I'll make a
discuss.
motion to approve with the conditions listed.
You have a motion, do we have a second?
Second, Todd.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah. Commissioner Green, do you have something?
I have a question for Toby, if I could. Based on the applicant not being the property owner, this conditional use is effective of the property, so ultimately, even though the applicant is here, the property owner could then, in the future, continue to use this even though the property owner did not apply for it, right?
Unless conditioned, yep.
So that was gonna be one of my comments, and if I remember right, we had one of these last year.
As a residential.
It was a residential situation, and we did add a condition that limited it. It wasn't forever. I forget what we did, 2 or 5 years. Do you remember?
I thought it was 2 years.
I think so.
I think it was.
So I guess that's one of the things, one of the conditions I think we should consider is a timeframe. I am also concerned that it goes with the property forever and ever, based on the fact that today this is just a temporary situation, right? And then we're gonna allow it to go forever. So I guess I'm contemplating that condition. The second condition that I'd like to for sure add, and I'll motion for it here in a minute, that the temporary structures be removed. I don't know what a fair timeline is, but I don't think if that's in there, and then if whether it's this gentleman or the next, I mean, we could potentially just have a temporary fireworks structure there, and I don't know that that's, yeah. mhm. So those are my comments. And I am concerned about the timeliness of the application and the fact that the proper notification wasn't given. I don't know why it wasn't done in time, but that does concern me because, at least to my knowledge, this is the first one we've ever had that we're hearing that didn't get put in on time and that the proper notification sent.
Right, so same concerns, specifically about the applicant being here and not the property owner also being here in favor of or any of that. But more concerning to me is, as we go through these processes and we rely on the process, kind of ironic that we're listening to a fireworks one right before we listen to this next one, right? But it's, making sure that our I's are dotted, our T's are crossed, but all of a sudden, with this one, we're potentially going to go away from the process. And once you do that, you've set a precedence that we're going to, whether try to squeak one in, and that ultimately to me is the greater concern of, once you don't follow the process, how do we then, make justifications in the future for ensuring that we're going to follow the process? And to me, that's the greater concern. Setting that precedence.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
So Commissioner Scott, are you going to offer addendums to the motion?
Yeah, I was gonna just see if, does anybody else have any more?
I
comments?
just, Mike, is there a reason why this was put in late and why the property owners around you were not,
I got the email sent to me and went in my spam.
can you come up here?
I got an email, or actually, I got a phone call from Noah, I think. Is it Noah? Yep. In the department. Want to know if I sent out the letters. And I said, I'm waiting for you to send me the email. So I can do that, because I know I have to do that. I do that in other counties too. I'm fully aware of that. But I never got the email and couldn't find out one in my spam. I didn't see it.
Okay.
That's the truth.
Okay. Okay, I
Yeah.
was curious. I just wanted to know.
Unfortunate. So I'm gonna move to amend, or to add two conditions, in the case that this would pass. One being, one condition being that there'd be a two-year limit on this, and then we'd hear it again. And the other being that the temporary structures would be removed 7 days, after the close of business.
And then the close of business is July 5th.
So I guess we could put July 5th. Add that.
So, yeah, so 7 days from July 5th, it's July 12th. So temp construction be removed
Yep.
by July 12th, okay? All right.
Yep.
Oh,
So just to be clear again, is that they did not meet the application requirements for this tonight, okay?
All right, then, so we need to make a motion a second on the amendment. So
Yes.
So I moved and we need a second.
Yeah, we have a motion with two added conditions. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, yeah.
Do we have any further discussion with that motion with the added conditions? All right, seeing none, we will do roll call. All right, Commissioner Jongling,
Yes.
Commissioner Boots,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Instead,
No.
Commissioner Hogan.
Oh, this is
Is a
just,
yes.
this is just for the
This is
added
just for
condition.
amendment.
Correct.
All right, so that was just for the amendments.
Yep.
All right, so we added those two amendments and two conditions to it. Now, do we have a motion for the entire permit, conditional use permit with the two added
The
conditions?
motion's already been made and
Yep, I believe we
seconded.
have a motion and
Okay.
a second, so we can
All right,
have
let's-
discussion on this point.
So we have any more discussion and then we'll vote.
Yeah, I just do want to say that I think the amendments will be a good in there. I never want to take away income or jobs or anything from anyone doing it, but I also am worried about setting the precedence. I mean, it's a good location, and I have no issue with any of that, and I've seen your work around, you're great, everything's clean and all that stuff, but it's just setting the precedence also. So I'm just putting that out there. I'm still thinking back and forth with everything I said.
I just wanted to clarify, so I misunderstood what we were voting on last time. I would have voted yes, because I think the amendments are important to what we're discussing here. But I do think overall, like, I'm still just based on precedence. It's gonna be a no for me, and that's why, just because I hate to set that precedence, and then the next time, if we don't allow it, it's.
And it's not only just for this, it's for every decision we have from here on is, will you allow this guy to, you know, because of the circumstances and then our, you know, who are we gonna allow and, you know, it's just, you know, unfortunate circumstances, but it's just how it is, you know, and we work so hard to build this board back up to following the comprehensive plan and following the process where, you know, to get derailed is not good at this point.
Yeah.
I agree.
I do think the location's a good location.
Yeah.
If the timeliness would have been met, I don't think there would have been an issue with.
Agree.
No.
With probably getting this across the finish line, but I do think it gets back to timeliness.
I agree.
Yeah, I, as well, that's my biggest concern, and that's why won't be able to support it. Next year, hopefully, we get it done in time, but, you know.
Right. All right, so to clarify, we have a motion, a second. We did discussion on the entire permit with the added 2 conditions. So now we will do a roll call on that. So Commissioner Jongling,
No.
Commissioner Boots,
No.
Commissioner Green,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
No,
Commissioner Instead,
No,
and Commissioner Hogan is a no. Okay, oh, here we go. Next, Mr. Toby.
Okay, this next item for public hearing is an application for citizen-initiated application for text amendments to Chapter 154, which is the zoning regulations for Lincoln County. So as noted in the staff analysis, this request is for hazardous, or what I'll call transmission pipelines, excluding natural gas facilities. This was a citizen-initiated request, so staff did not draft or assist in drafting any of these amendments, and staff provided no suggested changes to the content. However, staff did identify some form issues that were corrected, that were noted to the applicant, and then the applicant resubmitted the draft
Toby,
ordinance.
We can't really hear you.
Sorry.
people in the hallway are saying they can't hear.
Okay, I'll try to yell into here, so sorry.
Is it
So-
on?
I think it's on, yeah. Yep, it's on. So, there we go.
Here we go.
So as noted again in the staff analysis, this is a citizen-initiated application. Staff did not draft this proposed amendments. We didn't assist in drafting them, but we did offer some proposed suggestions to the form that were corrected by the applicant. Those were primarily, I think, 3 issues that we identified. The first was just reference to the 2009 zoning ordinance, and the second ones were more applicable to what the applicant's requesting as far as the permitted special uses. There was just some incorrect notation of what section it would fall under, or what specific item it would fall under within the section. So did identify some quotes from the comprehensive plan. The first, I'll just abbreviate some of these, but the first is that zoning is the mechanism that we use to achieve the goals of the comprehensive plan in Lincoln County, goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. So first the comprehensive plan, and then you implement it through your zoning regulations. The second one, which I think is more applicable to this particular application, is that the county uses 3 types of uses within the zoning regulation: permissive, permitted special use, conditional use. So permitted uses in the county are by right, so there really isn't any specific standards for those types of uses. And the agricultural districts, of course, is agriculture. So other than if they're building structures, we have setbacks, but those are by right uses within the county. Permitted special uses are uses that I think are confusing, generally the public. So the ones that I'll give you an example would be warehousing, and we typically deal with that quite a bit in the county. So if, warehousing as a permitted special use does have standards within it. So size-wise, so in the commercial district, they can build up to 10,000 square feet. They can operate out, they can not have outdoor storage. And as long as they meet those conditions, they can come in and we can issue a building permit for that. But typically what you see on a monthly basis is that they want to build bigger than 10,000 square feet. So instead of getting a permitted special use, it flips to a conditional use permit. And when it flips to that conditional use permit, you're aware that there is no standards for it. We don't say, well, you can be over 10,000, but you can't be over 100,000. There is no standard then once it flips to a conditional use permit. So that language goes through that a little bit. And then as far as goals and policies, it's really the goal of zoning in Lincoln County is to provide for orderly, efficient economical development. And then specifically is to promote optimum land use relationship and minimize land use conflicts, which is what is addressed by this board. And then there is specific language within the comprehensive plan as far as different types of what I'll call transmission lines and overhead transmission lines. Identifies that these would have right-of-way up to 150 feet and that any types of construction would be contacted to the Lincoln County Planning Department so that we'll know of those activities and if they comply with the regulations. And so as I've noted in previous staff reports, there is a number of transmission lines currently in Lincoln County. All of those were permissive uses. There is no permits associated with any underground pipelines that were constructed within Lincoln County up to today. If anything was above ground, so if you're aware, we did approve a pump station for DAPL a couple of years ago. That was a conditional use permit because it exceeded the size requirement for a permissive or permitted use. So as far as directly, the next parts of the staff report really kind of address what are the proposed text amendments. And so the proposed text amendments submitted by the applicant would establish a separation criteria for transmission pipelines. As noted, the applicant didn't provide staff with any supporting documentation for that separation criteria. Again, not a complete requirement, but it's helpful if we do get concepts or those different types of requirements. Within the regulations, the applicant submitted the setback from a dwelling, church, business, and eligible building site, which you're more familiar with the term building eligibility, would be 2,000 feet. Public park, schools, and healthcare facilities would be a half a mile or 2,640 feet. First-class municipalities, those are over 5,000 in population, would be a mile. Second class those municipalities between 500 and 5,000 would be 3,960 feet. And third class, those municipalities or towns that are less than 500 would be a half a mile. So the separation distance and setback would be measured from the center line of the proposed pipeline to the closest parcel boundary of a use or municipal boundary. And as you're aware, through the CAFO discussions we've had, is that typically it's measured from structure to the structure. In this case, it would be measured from the center of the pipeline to the boundary of the property. So, and then as far as analysis, we talked about that in 1995, Lincoln County adopted the permissive use in the A1 and RC, or the Recreation Conservation Zoning District, granting each eligible quarter section the ability to construct one dwelling. That was an eligible building site. So as you're aware, prior to 1995, anyone could come into the planning office, and if they had ownership of an acre, they could be granted a building permit for a single-family dwelling. There essentially was no restriction on single-family dwelling construction in the county until 1995, which was when they established density zoning. So part of the challenge of this, and this is a daily occurrence in the planning office, is that we never know where on the quarter the section of building eligibility will be used. It's unknown. And so, but what we've learned is that it clearly has a substantial economic value. Under the current Lincoln County Comprehensive Plan, as you're aware, we're updating the Comprehensive Plan currently, the only way to construct a single-family dwelling is to have a building eligibility. So in order for us to issue a building permit for a single-family dwelling, they have to have a building eligibility. And under the Comprehensive Plan, that is the only way that it can be done. But along with that, many county landowners have routinely argued that the eligibility standard is too restrictive, meaning that's when we get the applications to rezone property to rural residential. The last one that we had was denied by the Board of Commissioners. Some county landowners have also inquired about relinquishing building eligibilities. Since they are assessed by the county and they do not intend to use them currently or in the future. So that's been kind of a recent phenomenon that's occurred quite a bit. And I'll stay in my lane as far as what the value is that they're being assessed at and those kind of things. That's by the equalization department. But they clearly are being assessed, and we are starting to get more and more landowners coming in and asking, can we hide these or can we push these away until we want to use them? But they are being assessed for them. But regardless of that 2,000-foot distance for a dwelling, church, or a business, if a setback is measured from the property line of an eligible building site, it would more than likely make it impossible to construct a transmission pipeline in the county as a permitted special use. This would not be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So again, every quarter by ordinance has a building eligibility. So if you had a setback even from the property line of those, it would be nearly impossible to do if they obtained waivers. But as drafted, they would not need waivers and they would not need to meet the 2,000 feet. They would just flip it to a conditional use permit, which in that case, and I talk about that a little bit later, would be a non-standard use. So there would not be a setback in this case. So as noted, as I just said, as a permitted special use, a building or premises intended to be used for the following purposes where the prescribed requirements will not be met shall obtain a conditional use in conformance with the requirements of 154-375 through 154-386. So this would be a non-standard conditional use permit, which could more than likely lead to arbitrary decisions by the county. Also, there are several existing transmission pipelines, DAPL being one. The proposed text amendments could make those existing transmission pipelines in the county non-conforming uses. And I did skip through one other item that I want to address is that, so the applicant proposed that the transmission pipelines would be permitted special uses in the A1 and the RC recreational districts, or recreation conservation zoning districts. Did not include them in the C, the R1, the RR, the I1, and the I2, and didn't give any reasoning for that, I guess. But typically, with this type of a use, you would want to put that in all of the appropriate zoning districts within the county, but that wasn't the way it was drafted. So based on this information that was submitted by the applicant and contained in the staff report, staff finds that the proposed text amendments are not consistent with the Lincoln County Comprehensive Plan and does recommend denial. However, the applicant and the Planning Commission could address staff's analysis at the public hearing and make changes to proposed text amendments as part of the recommendation of the Board of County Commissioners, if so desired by yourselves and the applicant. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have for staff at this time. Otherwise, the applicant is in attendance this evening.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for staff?
If those changes were made, Toby, would that have changed staff's recommendation?
I think, as you've read the staff report, as I've gone through this, I've really focused on really the zoning, text regulations. I think legal counsel still would probably have concerns about the overall legal concerns that they might have.
But
yeah.
what about just your office or just your staff report?
Well, I think these are definitely concerns that we have with the draft as it is, yes. So I guess to answer that question, I'd more, comfortable seeing what would be the proposed changes and how would they be done. And then second is, what makes this unique is that this isn't staff driven or staff initiated. This is an application. So typically, when we present applications, we present it as the applicant wants to pursue it. So it's really up to them at this stage if they want to make those changes, and up to you as a board what you want to recommend ultimately. So.
Anybody else have any questions for staff?
None now, I kind of want to get the rest of the information first, yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So before we go any further, I'm going to kind of set some ground rules. First of all, everybody's going to have, obviously, the applicant will have all the time they need to go ahead and explain their application and what they would like. Beyond that, anybody in opposition or for the application will have 3 minutes to speak. We will be, I guess Toby is saying 5. We will be timing that. We want to move through this process efficiently. Obviously, you nor we want to be here all night, but we want to get the information that we all need to make our decision. So I wanted to make that clear to everybody. And we do also want to keep comments to the ordinance at hand. All right, just wanted to make sure everybody is clear, and now we will have the applicant come forward.
My name is Anthony James Ventura, 47763 292nd Street. I do have one concern. Board Member Boots was appointed by Mike Poppins. Mike Poppins has a conflict with CDP, and I would like him to step down as a conflict of interest.
I guess, yes, I can recuse myself. I guess I'm open to this, but I will recuse myself from this conversation so it doesn't look tainted.
Thank you. An average citizen should not be expected to be perfect or know all the rules and regulations of the county. Instead, a citizen-driven ordinance should be a recommendation for change to take place and start a conversation. It should be a roadmap for new ideas to evolve. I'm going to rebut the Lincoln County Planning and Zoning staff analysis, but the first thing I'd like to say is when I went to talk last time, I was referred that since the state's attorney was involved, they were no longer talking to me, and so this has not been an open forum or an open conversation. Is the overhead up? So the first thing I'm going to show you is this map. Where these pipelines are proposed doesn't have to do anything else but A1 and recreational. That's it. So we didn't need to include anything else. There's no other explanation because we're only talking about what's here now. So these plans were drawn up by Navigator. If you look at their maps, they go through only A1 and rural residential, or recreational, excuse me. That's it. So we need to be checking that. Number 5, if you look at the YouTube video on Pocahontas County, Iowa meeting on 5/16/2023 with the county commissioners and Navigator for a safety presentation and project update, John Marine, an engineer and product manager, addressed the buffer zone / setbacks or dead zone that they have come up with their own plume model. The model tested pipes from 6 inches to 20 inches. He recommended the larger the pipe, the further the setback. His examples were a 6-inch pipe and setback should be 400 to 500 feet, and for a 20-inch pipe, a setback should be 1,200 to 1,500 feet. Gerald Briggs, who was a first responder in Satarsha, Mississippi, he testified about the leak at the North Dakota Public Service Commission. The day after the leak, 1,000 feet away from the initial leak, everything was still frozen, even though the temps overnight were in the 60s. The citizens' housing eligibilities must be protected somehow. How would staff recommend that happen tonight? Number 7, how would staff agree to putting the verbiage that calls for grandfathering all previously placed pipelines to cover them from being in non-conformance tonight? My final comment to the staff analysis is that the Planning and Zoning Department, once again, has not included the importance of the waiver program in Lincoln County. Any landowner has the right to sign or not to sign a waiver at any time. This is a private forum that should be done with each individual landowner. I don't appreciate statements from the planning and zoning director that are intentionally one-sided, misleading, or even false, with the intention of directing the board in a certain way. When waivers are removed from the discussion, it has the power to change how a board votes. Staff analysis should be neutral or not included at all. Finally, if the board does not like the 2,000-foot setback, then start at 1,500 feet and let's open the discussion from there. I am open to negotiations and I always have been. If you look at the Minnehaha County ordinance for CDP that just passed, I encourage you to look at that. A lot of this modeling came from that. Now, Paul Blackburn is going to be on the phone to answer questions about pipelines or any concerns you have, and that's what he's there for. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody, hang on, Tony. Does anybody have questions for Tony?
So Tony, the first one where we got 2,000 feet from dwellings, churches, businesses, and eligible building sites. How would you, how would we define the eligible building site? I mean, is it,
I think that's part of your comprehensive plan. And it's funny, the county creates a comprehensive plan, and it's kind of the Bible for how the county's supposed to be developed in the future. And everybody takes that book and just chucks it in the corner.
oh, I take offense to that. I don't think that we.
Well, that's my opinion.
I don't think that we do actually. I think
But
we
if you
try
look-
quite hard to
But there's
follow
a-
the comprehensive
there's a lot
plan.
of things
But
in
my
the-
question is, that you aren't answering my question.
Okay.
Because in the comprehensive plan, it does not designate the size of a potential building eligibility. It could be, if you've got building eligibility on 160 acres of land, the eligibility technically could be 160 acres. It's not 5 acres.
Currently, I think it's a quarter, so that would be for housing eligibility for
40.
160. So you're correct, it could be 40 acres.
Could
but
be
it-
160, it could be 320. It's more so what the landowner owns.
Right, I'm trying to address your question.
Yeah,
Okay, so in the comprehensive plan, it explains that. If you can have a place where you can build a house, or if you have a place that's rural residential, they encourage development. And that's in the ordinances. There's pages I can bring up if you'd like.
no, I know, I've read, I know.
But the
what
thing
you're
is
talking
it's
about.
not my fault that it's not defined. It's the county's fault. But you've given us those rights, and then you keep saying, oh, we're gonna take them away. Oh, somebody else can build next door. Oh, this person can wipe you out. You know, we've been here as farmers. I mean, we've been on our farm for 125 years. And then all of a sudden, somebody can come in from somewhere else, drop something next door, use eminent domain, and wipe you off the planet. Now, where is that a good common sense plan? So I think in my answer is true. Look at the comprehensive plan. It says you can build a house anywhere you want on the 40 acres. That should be our decision, not yours, not the county, not anybody else's. We pay taxes to the center of the road, and we expect to be protected from the center of the road.
So I don't think anything in here says that we're, I mean, I think the conversation's went a different direction. I don't think anybody's saying that we're gonna take housing eligibilities away.
No, but I think that
I
if
mean,
you have a
I guess
church,
why
a
are
business-
you thinking that?
Explain one more time your question.
Why are you thinking that we're suggesting that we're taking housing eligibility, building eligibilities away?
I'm not. I'm trying to define that center of the road is a measurement or requirement, which changes the rules. And the rules should have been changed years ago, but they're just kind of thrown in the corner.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's the thing. But same thing with the church or anything else. They have rights. They pay to the center of the road if they do pay taxes. Some of them don't. But the thing is once again, they should be respected.
I'm not arguing that point.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. I think that in past discussions when we've talked about this, I think one of the things that we have to keep into consideration is that if passed by the PUC, they're gonna wanna see some type of path through Lincoln County. And I think if we take it and we make the setback to the property line of a potential building eligibility, I think that makes the path awful difficult.
Well, I disagree, but I think that's something.
And the
to
other
be
question,
decided for
the other
somebody
question I
else.
would have is then what stops them then from, if they do utilize eminent domain, what would stop them from just
Okay, so.
taking it all?
So
you know?
hypothetically.
If we don't develop a path, you see what I'm saying?
Right, so hypothetically, let's say I use eminent domain and come through your property. I affect the property next door with a setback of 330 feet or 1,500 feet or 2,000 feet. The neighbor next door has rights, and if he doesn't want to sign that waiver, they can eminent domain the whole damn county. But if you
Exactly.
can't build, it stops them from building. That's a personal decision of the landowners next door that has nothing to do with the eminent domain they're placing. It's a way to protect the rights and freedom of the citizens in Lincoln County. And once again, it takes it out of the hand of government and puts it back into the person who owns that land and lets them make the decision, do I want to have the right to refuse to do business with somebody like this? That is your choice.
But I don't think the ordinance is saying that necessarily.
I think this whole ordinance, just like the other one, was up for discussion.
Yeah.
And once again, the county.
I mean, I'm not against you.
No, I know
You're
that.
getting defensive with me. I'm just asking questions.
No, I'm responding back.
I'm trying to get, we're trying to have
But-
discussion and get the.
But I don't think
get
if
some
you go
common ground
if you
here.
go to the center line like Minnehaha County and go from there, that's not a bad roadmap either.
Uh-huh.
Because we talk about Lincoln County, 85% of Lincoln County being unincorporated. Well, in the old red line zoning laws, that meant something else. You know, nobody lives here, you're free to do, you're free to take. But here, even in our comprehensive plan, like I said, it says if you're able to have a housing eligibility and the government is giving you some place to build a house, you have the right to put a house. And that's on the books. So I think we have to protect from that, and if people don't like it, change it later. But I think you have to come up with a formula that gives them the opportunity if they want to move forward, but it also protects the landowners and the tax-paying citizens of Lincoln County.
No, I would agree with that, but I think that's where we're at, is we need to come up with that formula.
Right,
Yeah,
right. Thank you.
thanks, Tony.
Did anybody else have questions for Tony? I might have actually had a question. I wrote down something. Toby, can I ask you a question before we go into? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I apologize.
No, that's okay. Anybody else have questions for Tony? No? Okay. All right, I just had a question for Toby, real quick. I apologize, I didn't ask you beforehand, Toby. So, when I'm looking, 'cause since we're talking about the agricultural and I'm looking up things, sorry, I just kind of took a screenshot of stuff. So the agricultural areas they're generally those areas which have experienced little or no competing non-farm development. So that's right on, page 37, I believe, right? So, I mean, that would pretty much clear up that, would that not clear up, I mean, looking at the map, because then I was looking at it, I mean, is that correct? I mean, looking at it, the zoning, is it, they're looking at where they want to route, they're generally, they are just in those two areas, aren't they? So would it have to be, so the number 4 in there, would it have to be specified in there for all the areas or just the areas that it's going through?
Well, I think, first of all, I think we'd have to note that there hasn't been an application submitted, so we don't know exactly where it would be going through Lincoln County at that time. So the concern that I think staff would have is that those other districts would allow it as a permissive use as a neighborhood utility. So you might have conflicting regulations. So typically, you would be consistent with it with all of the different zoning districts, but concur with Mr. Ventura's analysis that A1 is our largest zoning district. And so it would typically, it's the majority of it would probably go through the A1 district. But let's say a corner of it goes through an I1 or an I2, which we have those scattered over different parts of the county. And one of those would be at the Lennox exit, which would be the insurance auto auction. I believe part of it might scatter through that. So then how would staff treat that if we receive an application that goes through that zoning district? So on one hand, you would say, well, it doesn't have a restriction, or it does have a restriction. So typically, this type of a utility like this, you would put it in all zoning districts, but concur with his opinion that it's just it generally be just within those areas.
Okay, all right.
So currently, Toby, if those other zones aren't identified, there just wouldn't be a setback. But that's the way you interpret it, or that's the way it would read?
Well, let's say it'd be confusing. Yeah. We'd have to analyze it when we get to that point. But on one hand, you would say, well, the use, you'd have to identify within that zoning district if the use is there. So this particular transmission pipeline use would not be there. But we do have within the zoning regulations, neighborhood utility facilities, which cover gas, oil, pipelines, and things like that. So it'd be conflicting. And in general, that's probably a concern we have too, is that this, in general, would probably conflict with existing standard and regulations. We probably have to modify that at some time too, so.
But like in
It's
the.
complicated. Lawmaking's not easy, and you
Yeah.
you don't adopt a law on the first draft. either.
But like in that situation, then could they apply for a conditional use to go through those zoned areas, and then we could condition our way through those, especially since it wouldn't be very many?
Not if it's not a conditional use. It would have to be a conditional use within that zoning district.
Within that zoning district?
Correct.
And that would have to be added in this ordinance, or it would be a new ordinance?
Staff identified that as a concern, yeah. So I
So
mean,
we could add that.
But
to
we could
this
add it to
ordinance.
this ordinance?
if you and the applicant concur on that, yeah.
I have a point of order. This is a commodity, not a utility. So I think we need to have a distinction even in this discussion. A utility brings me electricity to my house. It brings me water. So when we're talking about a utility, we're really kind of just throwing baby in with the bathwater and just dumping it there. We need to be really serious about what is considered a utility in Lincoln County. A commodity-based product is not a utility. I know.
And I don't know if that's what Toby was saying. I think Toby was saying that if it went through industrial or commercial, that it potentially could be called that, but
Right.
what he's requesting is that it would be better if it was identified, right?
Right, but I do have something else. How many permits are filed for Navigator and Summit through Lincoln County right now? So all this is hypothetical. So giving the side power when there is none makes no sense. Thank you.
Toby, one other thing. Because Tony had brought up the fact of number 7 with the building on premises intended to be used. Could we put in there then to grandfather all previously placed pipelines? Could we put that in there so that would cover that area?
Yeah, if you so choose, but it would have to be put in there. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
all right. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. Anybody else have any questions? No? Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, I will now open the floor to comments in favor of the application. Now, I just want to remind speakers, you need to state your name and address. You will have 5 minutes, and please keep all your comments to the ordinance on hand tonight. Okay? All right.
Scott Montgomery, 320 Elm Street, Fairview, South Dakota. Madam Chair and members of the board, I've got a handout here I'd like to give you.
Thank you.
Thanks. What this is incidents from the past 20 years on pipelines. Rated, the first page is all reported incidents. The second page is significant incidents. The third page is serious incidents. Want that? And the final page is a statement from the Valley Springs fire chief. I want you to pay attention to the last paragraph of that article. I think what Tony's trying to present here is something that he's asking for help for. We need to work to this thing together. I don't think anybody in this room is in favor of the pipeline. And I think you people are representing us, and we're asking you to help us keep this pipeline out of Lincoln County. We don't want this pipeline here. They keep presenting this as just another pipeline. Look at the incident rate. Look at what happens to the other pipelines. On average, just shy of 2 incidents per day. People are killed with these pipelines. Property damage is in the billions of dollars. This pipeline is more dangerous than the average pipeline. I don't know how many of you have paid attention to what happened down in Satartia, Mississippi, but that pipeline was outside the danger area of Satartia, and no one died there. The pipeline people keep saying, well, there was no OSHA incidents. OSHA doesn't record incidents of people being injured that don't work for the company. So there were people that were injured there, are still injured, have not recovered, will not recover. So I think we're just asking you to help us. Why do we have to have this pipeline in Lincoln County? This whole carbon sequestration is a joke. There's carbon dioxide being emitted by volcanoes and every other thing you can think of. If you look at why this thing is being pushed, it's to help the ethanol industry. The ethanol industry is being subsidized every day since the beginning. They don't need any more subsidies. These pipelines are going to make $17 billion a year off taxpayers' money. So I'm thinking, why should we be part of this? I'm just asking you to do the right thing for the people you represent here. We don't want to do battle with you people. You want us to be on our side, and I think Tony's put forth something that we'd like your help in getting passed and making it safe for our residents. I mean, get on the internet and read about what happened in Satartia. It was a 24-inch pipeline that broke within the outside of the safe zone, so Satartia should have never been involved in this. So when they say it's safe, they're wrong. We have setbacks in Lincoln County of 2,640 feet from windmills. I think this same board, well, maybe not the same members, but this board passed that. This thing's way worse than any windmill ever thought about being. So if we're going to put 2,640 on the windmills, we need a minimum of 2,640 on this pipeline. My preference is it's just not here. But I don't know if we can swing that. Everybody's worried about getting sued, and I don't understand that. I mean, the county doesn't mind getting sued by its own residents, but they're so afraid of this pipeline that I don't think that's necessary. And I would appreciate anything and everything it can do for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Carla Lems, 47980 281st Street, Canton. First of all, thank you all for your careful consideration of the ordinance that is before you tonight. As you know, the careful protection of the citizens of this county includes not only their physical well-being, but also having boundaries in place to protect and allow for stability that sets the stage for them to plan for their short and the long-term futures. The pipeline companies like to throw out this, and I heard it a lot in Pierre, don't change the rules in the middle of the game. Well, first of all, I would like to say that this project is not only changing the rules in the middle of the game, but furthermore, this is not a game. This is people's lives. And some have invested all that they have in the very property that this will affect. Now, today, I am going to mention Brown County, and I know this is not Brown County, this is Lincoln County. But what's happening in Brown County most likely will come to Lincoln County, so it is of relevance. So we saw an out-of-state company surrounding a landowner's place in Brown County today. And while this landowner in Brown County, he has plans and dreams and visions for his land and his family. And this is similar to dreams and plans and visions that Lincoln County landowners have for their property and their future. Now, I know this, I'm not trying to make this about me. By the way, this is just a picture of what was happening up in Brown County today. Does this look like a normal survey to you? So, but I don't want to make this about me, but the pipeline does affect myself and my family as well. And I just wanted to point out, back in 2009 and 2010, we have some property right off of the Klondike Road in between Minnesota Avenue and Louise. And on the north side of that road, it's actually right where that La Valley Township shed is today. But we were planning a development there. So this just shows you, there was over 80 lots that we were in talks with the city of Harrisburg, the city of Worthing. We had Stockwell Engineering. This is the paperwork from Worthing at the time. Actually, Jeff Tanner was on here because he was the city planner and manager at that time. But, you know, that is economic development that could be brought to Lincoln County. And for various reasons, we didn't go ahead with that project at the time, but that could have been a great tax base, and it's not out of, necessarily our future plans to do something like that. But this pipeline would come through that and, affect this. And so I would also just mention, right where that township shed is right there, that is the site where we were going to put this development. And when the township came in and wanted to put it there, I think a year or two after this, we were told by the city of Harrisburg, this is within the footprint of the future reach of Harrisburg. And so that was over 10 years ago, guys. So just look at the, the effect that this pipeline could have. But I just did want to mention Harrisburg's population grew by a blistering 10.5% from July 1st to 2021 to July 1st, 2022. So what kind of economic development are we giving up by not having some ordinances in place to protect these kinds of things from going forward? So why an ordinance? Not to stop a pipeline, but rather to protect our people's investments that they have poured their blood, sweat, and tears into, to protect development of our county. And just a reminder that PHMSA has revisited the safety requirements, and those are not yet done. So, that's a big consideration that we should be looking at too. So please, put your citizens first. If people want to be part of this project, then let them sign on. But if not, put some setbacks in place that will protect not only the precious ag community that is present in Lincoln County, but the future potential development that Lincoln County citizens see in front of them every day. And I'm going to wrap this up, but from our South Dakota Bill of Rights, we have inherent rights. All men are born equally free and independent and have certain inherent rights, among which are those of enjoying and defending life and liberty, of acquiring and protecting property, and the pursuit of happiness. To secure these rights, this is why you're here, guys, to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So there is right and there is wrong. An ordinance for Lincoln County is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Schuster, 2812 West Stratton Circle, Sioux Falls. When I was preparing for this talk, I did some research looking at your website, trying to determine what your mission statement is. and I couldn't find it. Couldn't find it there, and I couldn't find it in the comprehensive plan. So maybe I missed it, but I think it's important to know not only what your responsibilities are, but what you're trying to achieve. And it's been already said that this pipeline isn't going to help much with economic development. It's going to cause problems, a lot of frustration with the landowners. I'm going to talk a little bit about what the benefits are for this pipeline, really the lack thereof. The companies that are proposing to build the pipeline say that benefits mostly are economic in the way of job creation. Of course, the pipeline needs to be built. After it's built, it needs to be maintained and operated. So be quite a bit of labor when it's being built. Not much will be needed afterwards with operations and maintenance. The jobs, the operations and maintenance jobs probably will not be real high paying. And there's a labor shortage in South Dakota currently, so we really don't need more lesser paying jobs. So there really isn't any direct economic benefits in the construction and operation of this pipeline. I spoke to a legislator and tried to get his idea as to what this pipeline would do. He mentioned that he got lots of calls from corn growers. Corn growers were saying the pipeline needs to be there because the ESG rating for the ethanol goes up with the pipeline sequestering the CO2. And so the price that they can charge for ethanol will increase, and that this will help the corn growers. And for the life of me, I don't understand that. The price of ethanol going up will help ethanol producers, but when the price of something goes up, usually the demand goes down, and the farmers are making money from selling corn. So if there's less demand for ethanol, there'll be less demand for corn, and I don't see that the corn growers are going to get anything from this. So the benefits just aren't there, and the problems clearly are. And Carla just went through that. Scott went through it. And just to kind of reiterate, the money to pay for the pipeline and the sequestering of the CO2 all comes from the federal government. There's no private money paying for that. It's all federal government taxpayer money. So every taxpayer, federal income taxpayer in Lincoln County is going to be paying for that pipeline and really getting nothing for it. So the proposed ordinance, I perceive that the commission feels like there are some flaws with it, but it does present a pathway for which you can essentially prevent the pipeline from being built. I think if that proposed ordinance, for whatever reason, isn't suitable, that you can still look for something. If and again, getting back to the mission statement, if your mission is to help the people of Lincoln County so they can use their land as they see fit and not be burdened by increased taxes, you'll look for a way to stop this pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Hoynes from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. My land is north of town here. First of all, thank you for allowing us and giving us this time tonight to voice our opinions and concerns for the protections of our farmers and the citizens of Lincoln County. The ordinance presented for your consideration tonight is, in my opinion, a fair compromise for carbon transport pipelines. I would personally like bigger setbacks. As you already know, wind towers have about a half-mile setback in place, along with other pipelines such as natural gas, oil, and water. None of these transport a hazardous, deadly product that could cause death to hundreds of people. Also concerning to me is the economic effect of our county. In my opinion, we need to protect the housing eligibilities for Lincoln County, as several of the surrounding counties don't have room to grow or expand. Minnehaha's pretty much done building. It has nowhere to go. They have already reached their boundaries. Our county has room to grow, and we should not limit the economic stability by not setting setbacks to protect our growth and population. I realize the pipeline companies have their thoughts on setbacks and present testimony concerning their pipeline. But please consider, they have never built a pipeline. All the pipes leak sometime or another. Their facts are presented on paper by research, theory, and spread by word of mouth, hoping that we believe what they say. Concrete proof of evidence has not been brought forth for you or for the public to consider. My farm is 4 miles north of Canton, the same distance as Satarsha, Mississippi. We had a nice wind today. Weigh that fact, please. I appreciate that you as a commission unanimously passed the first ordinance to protect the farmers and citizens of Lincoln County, and I ask that you accept the one presented tonight with slight changes if need to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Drew Denai, 27597 470th Avenue in Lenox. A few bullet points I want to discuss here, just list them quickly. The safety and proximity to our homes, the future economic development, and the housing eligibilities. I guess first things first is the safety. This pipeline personally wants to come between mine and my parents' house, and they want to run it within 200 feet of their bedroom window. So that's concerning, considering this isn't like any other pipeline. An oil pipeline running through, it's an inconvenience, but it's not inherently a hazard or a danger to you. If it leaks, like all pipelines do, it's gonna spill onto our cropland and wreck the soil for a few years or something. This pipeline is pumping a gas in a 24-inch line at 3,600 PSI. If it merely leaks, it's gonna explode more or less, and it's gonna kill us within minutes. We don't have time to hop in our vehicle and drive away. It's gonna disable our vehicles. It's essentially like living next to a bomb that could kill you from a mile away, and they wanna run it right next to our house. So that's where a setback is essential. It's essential to my family's safety because it could kill us at any moment. We got to live with that forever. Speaking of living with it forever, the housing eligibilities. I think maybe I can clarify something that you were asking a question on earlier. The reason everybody's so worried about their housing eligibilities is in their contract, once they lay their pipe down, we are never allowed to build on top of it again. You can't plant trees, you can't put up a structure, a road, nothing. So that in itself destroys a lot of the value of the housing eligibilities besides nixing any plans you got to develop your land. Tony was talking about the Bible you all follow. I've read that before, and I do recall, maybe Tony or Toby could help us out, but I believe they recommend that acreages are kept in the 5 to 10 acre size anymore for density. They don't want to give out large acreages or anything because they're trying to conserve agricultural land in the county. I believe the comprehensive plan speaks of that, but it's not like we're gonna, my 80 acres, I'm not gonna have one housing eligibility that takes up 80 acres. I really doubt that the zoning board would approve something like that.
We don't have to.
Okay. Toby was talking about the Lennox exit there with the auto auction. That's actually adjacent to the property that I own. They want to sneak right in the northern corner of that and then cut right along my parents' house, which is on my land, and then across their land. That ground is extremely valuable. I just recently inherited it within the last 2 years, and in doing so, we had it assessed. And it's slated as prime for both housing. The cropland is extremely fertile, and it's right off the interstate exit that's slated to be economic expansion is just coming our ways. There's already 2 or 3 commercial properties on that interchange already, so if I can't build a house there because there's a pipeline, they can't build commercial or industrial on top of it either. It wrecks the value in 3 different ways there. Destroys the cropland, nobody's gonna wanna build a house there, and really nobody's gonna wanna put their business there either. Studies have shown that once you put a pipeline in the soil, it pretty much forever wrecks the yields on cropland going through there. They've shown this with farmland that's had pipes put on more than 40 years ago. The yields have still never come back. And, you know, these guys are more or less stealing our land from us. They're coming in without our consent, driving all over it to survey, even drilling on it to survey. And then they're gonna say that I can't use my land forever again other than to plant crops on. And I don't think asking for setbacks on something that could explode and kill me, I don't think that's an unreasonable demand. We need something more than the 50-foot or whatever ridiculous amount it is. We need more than that, so please consider passing this setback ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gary Meyer, lifetime resident of South Dakota. When you were discussing the agenda item number 2, I noticed a comment was made on the applicant,
Gary, can we get your address, please?
Hartford, South Dakota. And the comment was made that you had no problem approving it because the applicant was very trustworthy, had a proven track record. What do you know about these pipeline companies? And when you were talking about agenda item number 4 on the fireworks, you were very concerned about giving him a permission because it would be forever to the landowner. And you were very concerned about having a building there. And so you made amendments to that to put a 2-year lease and a 7-day removal amendment. This pipeline is a Goliath compared to this dinky fireworks stand. And this pipeline is not a local company. They are heavily invested with foreign investors from Saudi Arabia and South Korea, and I would say more than likely Chinese investors. Did you know in Kingsbury County to put up a wind tower, you have to stay a mile away from Lake Preston to protect the birds? And we're talking about a pipeline here. What about people? If you want to know what it's like to die from CO2 poisoning, put a bag over your head and see how far you can run, and then consider that when you're considering these setbacks. If the PUC grants these permits and you haven't taken steps up front, you'll be SOL.
Thank you.
John Sharda, 115 Link Street, Valley Springs, South Dakota. Farmer, landowner. We farm some land, or my family farms some land in Lincoln County on the pipeline route. I just want to talk from a volunteer fireman's point of view. I'm a volunteer fireman and first responder. These companies don't have much of a plan for out in the country who's going to respond when a leak does occur. They want to train the volunteers. The volunteers don't necessarily want to be responsible for that. You know, we signed up to help our neighbors on a fire, and, you know, when they have problems, we don't want to be responsible for these guys' problems. So if they're not going to supply their own first responders, I think the 2,000-foot setback is a responsible thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Jensen, 27673 Highway 11, Canton. I want to talk a little bit about economic development and changing in the middle of the game here. And my best way to do it, and I know some of you have heard this, is to give you my personal example. So winter of 2021, my husband and I went to a land auction where there was the 3 tracts of land for sale. There was 2 bigger agricultural parcels, and then there was a smaller 63-acre parcel that had 3 building eligibilities on it because they had been transferred over. They obviously wanted to maximize their economic development in that. So my husband and I decided we could do this. We wanted to build a new acreage for ourselves, and then we figured we would sell the other 2 eligibilities that went with this and recoup some of our cost. So we did. We bought it. We then built our home. We did sell a 7-acre parcel off of it that a gentleman built a house. And so we had a remaining 20-acre parcel that has a building eligibility on it. And had I had my crystal ball and known what I know now, we had it for sale, and we did have offers on it right away. It was when real estate was quite high, and we were advised that, no, the offers were not good enough. And then, now the game changes in the middle. The pipeline comes along, and guess what? No one wants to buy it anymore. We've had several people look at it, very interested. Oh, pretty out there. Oh, your property's lovely. We'd love to be your neighbors. Do you know anything about the pipelines that are getting built? Yeah, there's a decent chance it's going to cross across this. Oh, sorry. Thank you, ma'am. So, I mean, you want to talk about eligibilities and where you can build an economic impact? It is. I am telling you. And if you would like more than just my words, I mean, I can provide you my realtor. I can provide you the names of those customers. So it is real. It is impacting the building eligibilities. It is impacting economic development of Lincoln County. And my ball got changed in the middle of the game. So, yeah, I guess we would please ask you guys to consider this ordinance, whether we need to compromise some on some of the setbacks or tweak some things. I think a lot of us feel like we're kind of running out of time as well. So please help us and protect the landowners and the citizens of Lincoln County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sarah Stever, 46850, 276th Street, Lenox. First, I want to say I am an ethanol supporter, and I'm also fortunate enough to live on the land that's been in our family since 1888. So this has been an interesting dilemma for us. I'd like to ask you to support these setbacks. We would like to take advantage as a family of the housing options that we should have in the future. Don't know if we'll build or not, but we'd like to have that option. And we'd like to feel like it's a safe option for the homes that we put there because they'll be for family members. I'm also concerned for my neighbors. I've got a neighbor just to the north of me that's near an elbow of the 24-inch pipeline. And they were unaware. I stopped by to talk to them the other night, and they were unaware that that was the case. They had heard there were pipelines coming through, but they're about 350 feet from this pipeline. I think people that aren't necessarily in the path of it don't always know what's happening, and I think that's kind of a shame. They should be aware too, just for safety reasons. When the Lewis and Clark pipeline came through, we raised our hand and had that pipeline go through a half mile of our land because we knew it was important for everyone. We knew even though we wouldn't get the water, the Sioux Falls needed it. So I think it's not that we're anti-pipeline, but I think this is a safety issue for people. I'm also concerned, as that woman just shared, about our land values, not necessarily wanting to sell the land, but I think sometimes when you want to improve your land, you need to be able to go to the bank. And that's one of the reasons why your capital might be throttled. And then finally, I'm concerned about insurability for homeowners that are adjacent to pipelines because they aren't necessarily insured for what's called a pollution exclusion. So if there is an accident, you may not be insured as a person who doesn't have the pipeline on your land. So something for you to consider. So please help us. That's all I could say. Help the residents in the county by passing this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Linda Montgomery from Fairview, South Dakota. I want you very much, if nothing else, to pass this ordinance. What I really want is you to say no to the pipeline. You can do that. It is within your will to say no to the PUC. I'm a retired nurse practitioner. I hope you read what my husband gave you as far as doing your own research regarding how dangerous this pipeline is. Also, I'm military. One of my jobs with NBC, nuclear, biological, chemical warfare. Now, part of my job was gauging a plume for nuclear, when it goes off. How do I chart the course of that plume? Air, humidity, wind. You guys, this is serious. We do not need it. I would like to say, I beg you, but I really will pray that you do your research and your due diligence when you're looking at a pipeline that is so dangerous to the people who look to you for guidance and protection. This is dangerous. And they can do all the flowers they want. It's dangerous. Just look at what has happened, how many leaks there are. It has not been proven safe, then it hasn't gone through all the standards yet. We have no business having them come on our land to survey or buy out. Brown County, I just sat there and cried. That's coming our way, folks. Please, say no.
Thank you. My name is Paula Bell. I live at 47449 276th Street. Harrisburg is across the road from me. We live 2.5 miles from Harrisburg. Our land is already zoned to put houses and businesses in it. And this pipeline is going to run right through the center of my land. An eighth of a mile from my house and an eighth of a mile from my son's place. I run a business, Haunted Farm, and granted, we're only open about 50 hours a week, but we have hundreds of people there some nights. And if it happened to break those, you're going to have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, almost 1,000 people that could be gone in an instant. And I think you're allowing them to come way too close to Harrisburg because it's already zoned. I don't know where you should put it, but I don't think it should go there. Thank you. Thank you.
Joyce Swanson, 27454 81 Avenue. I've said this before. If it's so important to have this sequestered, put it straight down on their own land where it is being produced instead of causing all kinds of problems with all, people 1,300 miles, whatever. That's the same for both of them. If you're sending it to North Dakota, and this ours, of course, going to Illinois, instead send it straight down. If you can't do that, why not truck it or take a train and haul it that way? Why do we need it here? Why does it have to affect so many and hurt so many homes and farmers?
Thank you.
Micah Hansen, 4051 Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We have farmland down here just off of Grand Valley Road. As someone who's starting to have a say in my family heritage, how will you guys protect our future and so many of the young children and grandchildren of the people here? My cousins and I have talked about developing in the future as Harrisburg and Sioux Falls reach their way farther south towards Canton. And if this pipeline is put in place, where would that leave us? how are you guys have the power to protect our future, and I hope you guys use it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I see somebody else coming here.
I'm David Van Zant. I live in 26123 Canary Drive in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. My mother-in-law, I'm the power of attorney for my mother-in-law. She has land. It's off like 1 mile off of Minnesota on the Klondike Road. About 4 years ago, as the power of attorney, in good faith, I negotiated with Northern Natural Gas for the pipeline. This is not a common carrier, what this is. It's crazy as far as 5 states to transport CO2 up to North Dakota and to pipe it into the ground. So 4 years ago I did this. There was a easement back in the 1930s. There was an existing Northern Natural Gas pipeline there. So I negotiated with them, came to an agreement. Much to my dismay, they wanted to put a lift station up there. Now, it was Summit and Navigator. The Northern Natural Gas goes north to south. They want to go east to west, and they want to crisscross. I mean, how is that fair to my mother-in-law as far, and it's going to be willed to my wife as far as it's 6 feet in the ground. Are you going to go 3 feet across, crisscross? Or are you going to go 9 feet under? What happens if it ruptures? I highly believe that if it ruptures, it's going to take out the Northern Natural Gas pipeline. I highly believe it's going to take out the lift station. So I think there needs to be regulations too, as far as the planning and zoning has to consider safety. That I think you have to consider that too. But this is how long has ethanol been in business? Maybe 40, 50 years, and all of a sudden now in 2022, 2023, we have to do this. It's all about getting more money for California to purchase more ethanol from POET. So it's all for that. I just can't believe that that South Dakota, being a Republican state, is cowering down to the liberal lunatic states. And when Summit and Navigator were first trying to talk about easements and everything, they were in the 20,000s. Then the Biden Tax Reduction Act, which this is in the Tax Reduction Act. It's a pot of gold that's in there. All of a sudden, now the easement is over $120,000. I stand to believe that the ethanol plants and the people that are doing this are going to stand to gain more than what they're offering to the landowners. But I support this amendment as far as the setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hate talking in front of people, so I'm going to try to make this quick. I am not directly
Ma'am,
affected.
I'm sorry. We'll need your name and address,
Oh,
please.
sorry.
That's okay.
Tennille, I live at St. Gregory Street in Harrisburg. I am not directly affected by the pipeline through my yard in Harrisburg. I am affected as I have land that's been in my family in the McPherson County area for over 75 years, and they're trying to run a pipeline right through it. But I feel like in Lincoln County, we don't need it. As a nurse, I try to take care of people, and I don't feel like we are being taken care of in Lincoln County. I think they need to not run a pipeline through it. How many families do we have moving into Harrisburg? Like families, young kids. If it came through Harrisburg, I would probably leave. I mean, considering the taxes we pay already, I'm a single mom. I have 2 kids. It's difficult for me just to make it on my own. And my mortgage just went up because of my taxes. And so I just don't know how much more I could do with that. You got costs of groceries and everything else going up. So if you factor in, you know, tax increases and what else is going to increase because of a pipeline, I just couldn't do it. There'd be no way. So I would have to leave, unfortunately. So I just want it to go away. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ernest Stropmeyer, 28504 on 474th Avenue, Worthing. This is a commodity, it's not a utility. It's not for use, it's a non-use product. There are no governing rules in place, and the federal government indicated that they weren't going to be getting them around until next year in 2024. The rules that they try to say that they're going by have nothing to do with CO2. It has to do with, in general, pipelines. It has nothing to do with CO2. There's been some information that there's also fiber optic. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. It may have something to do with their system. When they talk of economic development, I seen when the natural gas pipeline just went in, they were out there over 2 years working on the pipeline, and they're still out there different days. And all the license plates were non-South Dakota. So economic development and whatever pay rate they may get had nothing to do with South Dakota. The owners are not the landowners that are here. So they're not getting a profit out of it. All the people I've talked to, there isn't any of them that say they're interested in having this pipeline here. The only ones that express an interest are the ones who are getting money out of it. It has to do with not freedom, it has to do with corporate greed. The county can make rules. It's your job and the commissioners to get the rules in place. When, like Tony's been working on this ordinance, I do not understand why our county isn't working with him to get it done and get it right and get it working. Other counties, the commissioners and the attorneys for the county were working with the people and getting the ordinances in place. If that's not happening here, we need to change. We need different people. If the people can't work with the public, they should not be in a position they are. I'm not going to question it. That's just the way it is. Another question I've got is, how many CO2 pipelines have these companies built or operated? And when we were at Mitchell Dakota Fest, we asked the question, if there wasn't federal tax money, would they be doing it? There is no answer. So I guess that gives us what the answer is. And if the federal is the ones that want to put the money out for this, using our tax money, then move it over to the federal land. They have an interstate, run it down the center ditch of the interstate. They try to say that it's safe and put it in the interstate ditch. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Rodney Miles, 27530 470th Avenue, Lenox. I came and wanted to basically ask what we know about these pipelines. What we do know is that two pipelines are going through the most rapidly developing area of Lincoln County. Both pipelines will interfere with development. As Drew and I mentioned, we're neighbors with them. We've been approached about our land by developers and been asked to have right of last refusal if we decide to sell that. My brother and I were going to go into a partnership and basically grow trees for his landscaping business. Once the pipelines came, he backed out. We've got 3 building eligibilities, but we're not on the pipeline. We're across the fence line from it. We have no way of recovering what those eligibilities are worth, what that property is worth, if that pipeline goes on the property next to us. We know that Navigator's expert at the Pocahontas Board of Commissioners meeting recommended a 1,500-foot buffer zone. And by buffer zone, that means basically not how far the gas will travel. We have instances of 4.7 miles on that on a 12.5-inch pipeline. A buffer zone is where the rock, the dirt, the pipe shrapnel, and worse yet, dry ice particles are capable of being hurled at a human body or at anyone's livestock. And anyone who has touched dry ice knows how quickly and severely you are burned. Now, Navigator recommends 1,500 feet. That's a good start. But if you're closer than 1,500 feet, if they are accurate, Summit claims 500 feet is sufficient. Jimmy Powell stated at North Dakota's hearings that they're comfortable with 500 feet. PHMSA at their 2-day seminar in Des Moines basically said that they're looking at all new regulations for CO2 pipelines. That the risk assessments that were supplied by Denbury were completely inaccurate and insufficient, and they did not understand all the risks to the CO2 pipelines. So basically, they are going to come out with a new set of regulations, but probably not till 2024 now. So when Summit says that they are working with the regulations and they feel that they're regulated just fine, basically, they're not regulated right now. They're in no man's land. Basically, they're trying to force this pipeline in before these new regulations come out. We know that we have to trust in our county officials to do what's right for its citizens. Not always for the budget, but for the citizens. And we also know that most everyone in this room lives by the golden rule that basically says, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. And I say most because I don't think a lot of the pipeline people feel that way. Because if they did, we would be running these pipelines through the gated communities of people like Jeff Broyne, Dan Lederman, instead of the gated community, cattle communities of farmers and ranchers in South Dakota. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Joy Hone from Hartford, Minnehaha County. And I was here the last time when you guys heard about, was considering the ordinance, and I really had to pinch myself. I was like, oh my gosh, these guys are incredible for passing unanimously to promote this ordinance to the county commission. And I'm really sad to hear that we're back here again today talking about this ordinance and setbacks. I just want to cover a few things. One thing is once the pipeline is in the ground, the pipes do not just go away. There are permanent above-ground effects. The pipeline companies have described a vigorous inspection schedule, which includes flyovers, aerial drone monitoring, and inspectors walking or driving through the easement right-of-way on a regular basis. The further away from homes and businesses that the easements are, the better it is for everyone. Much like CAFO setbacks that are designed to protect better aesthetics for sight and smell, and wind tower setbacks for better or for noise, CO2 setbacks are needed to protect our county's citizens from intrusions on privacy. This is a very real aspect of the quality of life, security, and protection of rural land and home values, and an attractive, well-rounded community that will give a variety of quality living options. Another thing I would like to highlight is how quick these companies can go into bankruptcy. The Satarsha, Mississippi incident, that happened on February 22nd. By July 30th, the Danbury Gulf Coast filed for bankruptcy. And by September 15th, they reorganized, and later on, they were purchased by Exxon Oil. So what happened to all those victims from Satarsha? They have become dependent on the state. Is this something that we want for our state? Another thing I would like to highlight is in 2020, Princeton University did a study, and they're calling for 65,000 miles of CO2 pipelines by 2050. Every county in the state of South Dakota should be considering ordinances because these pipeline companies are going to be here capitalizing on these 45Q tax credits, and it's just going to be a massive push to build these pipelines. So I would like to really encourage you to pass this ordinance. The citizens of Lincoln County really need it, and we really hope that you would consider this. This would be intelligent land use for the future of Lincoln County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commission. My name is Chase Jensen in Madera Ave in Brookings County. I wanted to speak to a few points regarding the ordinance and some of the early discussion that was had with the planning and zoning staff. And the first thing I would say is similarly to how most people in the crowd here at least, didn't ask for any of this, didn't want any of this. We also realize probably wasn't on the job description when you signed up, volunteered to be in your role. And so we are all commiserating maybe in a way together. And we appreciate the effort and time and attention that you're taking to this really important issue. A couple comments were made early on that I can empathize with and understand the complexity of, and also feel a little less sympathy for, like naming that if this ordinance were to pass, other pipeline ordinances might need to be brought into conformity with it, or naming the predicament with the housing eligibilities and how they're kind of floating, and this is one more issue that sort of runs into that roadblock that's potentially popping up with other things happening in the county. It's complex, and that's where the empathy is, but the sympathy is short when it seems that if those issues were to make this ordinance not move forward, that really stinks for all the folks being impacted by projects that are unregulated, that don't have any oversight, because these other things that need to happen in the county just didn't get done yet. And so while it may cause additional work to need to be done, that's work that needs to be done regardless, and there's going to come some project that makes it have to happen. And so we would ask that this be the project that kicks those or stops kicking those down the road. I also just want to name the logic and rationale of the housing eligibilities being floating entities that aren't fully declared. The logic that seemed to be brought up earlier was that those are so broad a category that it would cause a route to be prohibitive in the county, and then this ordinance would just be thrown out by the PUC. And I think that the underlying rationale of that sentiment is that we don't want to pass an ordinance that does nothing because it gets thrown out. The follow-up question I would have is, it's been a year and a half, and there's certainly been time to GIS map and figure out what the appropriate setback would be, even with the housing eligibilities or without the housing eligibilities. That's data that can be accessed. And so if the concern is to have an ordinance in place that won't get thrown out, we would have loved to see that at this point, but we haven't seen something come forward. And so this is the second attempt for something to be done with room for conversation, because we also don't want an ordinance passed that gets thrown out. That's not in our self-interest. But I would ask that in the discussion of this, if those are legitimate concerns that you have, that you would consider amending this ordinance and moving it forward, because the permitting process at the PUC is coming up, and we want a good ordinance through. And we don't want perfect to be the enemy of the good, and we also don't want, all the future work and the complexity and all these things to bog it down, kill it, and then we get stuck with this. So we thank you for your job. It's a tough one, and we ask that you would take your concerns, move them into motions to amend this if that's the route you want to go, and pass this forward with a do pass recommendation to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Timothy Wassum. I live at 27628 468th Avenue, Lenox. And I just wrote some notes down here and things that I've thought about. I spoke here once before. The Navigator pipeline, we'd like to go a half a mile through the middle of our property. And that would completely destroy our building eligibilities and the value of our property. And something that I know we're counting on for retirement someday, but that would greatly alter that, I think. Besides the safety factors that have been talked about a lot, this is something that I'm a plant person, horticulturist, and I focused a lot of my study on plant pathology. And I've heard that there was a recent studies in several countries, I believe in Europe and other parts of the world, that the mycorrhizae that's in the soil, and I don't know if any of you are familiar with that, that's a beneficial fungi that acts as a bridge between the root hairs of plant material and the nutrients in the soil. But they've done studies to find that a third of the CO2 is fixed by the mycorrhizae into the soil. And after hearing this, I thought, if we just took care of what we had and not focus on this pipeline, which I think is just a drop in the bucket compared to what the mycorrhizae is doing, that God has put this in place, and it would take care of our problem if we just took care of our environment. Excuse me. And I thought also, too, that if this pipeline goes through and it affects all the landowners, I think there should be a real reduction in property tax in Lincoln County, because our land won't have near the value it did. And I don't think we should be paying the kind of property tax we are if this happens. And I think that's something that should be greatly considered. And I hope that you pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else?
Kathy Sullivan, 27753, 472nd Louise Avenue, 2 miles north of Worthing. Never thought I'd get up and, I had no plans of saying anything. I've only heard one meeting. I retired last year as an airline pilot with the biggest airline in the country. We did a lot of training on CO2. We had infotainers. I flew international. I just want to give you where my take is. I hear all this and I am in so much amazement of the information given. And I know I've heard some recently about all this, but the training I've had, we had safety measures. We might be over the ocean for 9, 10, 11 hours. You might be able to dive into someplace if you needed to, if you had a fire. We trained on CO2. Every 6 months we had training. And we had infotainers on these jets. But you know what else we had? And you don't have the luxury of that if you're in a farm, if you're in a community. We had training on if you had a weird feeling and things weren't quite, depending on a lot of what I've heard here on the ground, but your tolerance level, your age, did you drink in the last 24 hours? Are you a smoker? Your tolerance level is going to be a little bit higher if you've done none of these things. And if you have a feeling that something isn't quite right, we're hammered on this every 6 months. You put on your oxygen mask. You put on an oxygen mask. We have the luxury on an airplane. We don't know what's going on with that, but you know what? We can even save the people in back. We weren't trained this way, but hopefully, if you knew what the problem was, if you knew you had a problem, you don't know what's going on in back because that's behind closed doors. You can put on your oxygen mask, and you can probably get to a lower altitude, but if it's the problems in the belly of the airplane, you're still not going to know that. But you have the ability to drop mask in the back of an airplane. You don't have that ability here. What I've seen on some of this, dry ice, sure, the burn. I'm not talking about the burn. We're not going to get burned, but we're going to get oxygen starved, and we train on that. Everything I've ever done, my whole career, 36 years of flying, I've never dinged an airplane, never had a scratch, had bird strikes through the radar dome and damage, I've had engine failures. And you deal with a procedure and that's all I'm asking you guys is to deal with the procedures. And I'm saying it in a different realm for you, but our training was always err on the side of safety. So we would do that. And I would think something life and death would be you'd err on the side of safety. And I know just enough to be a little bit, I've been here, I came home a little bit early to take care of an elderly mother. And I see a lot what's going on. But I look at this and I think, how can I not say something? I have property that I've just put up a horse arena. I plan to build, but I'll be real honest. If it went through, I know you need something to help stop it, and this is maybe your vehicle, what they're looking at. But I always admired South Dakota. I was proud to tell people, they'd be, oh my goodness, you're from South Dakota? And I would say yes, and they're like, best state in the whole country. Be different, take a stand, do something that makes a difference, not for just this county, the city, the state, but people want a winner. They want people that fight for them. And be a state that takes a stand, because if that pipeline came through, I'm not going to build. Why would I I didn't fly that way. Why would I put my life in danger and be a mile south of that? And the winds here are tremendous. I know it's good if you do have a lot of winds. It's bad when you don't sometimes, but it's bad sometimes if you do have winds, depending on how the stuff flows out and what it does. But to put something that could possibly hurt people, and I've heard a lot of people say good things, and I think for such a time as this, you guys were put into this position. I wish this young man over here, I hope he does run for office later, because those are the kind we need, the ones that, look out for everybody else. The little bit I know, and I know I only have a few 50-some seconds left, a lot of it, foreign investment, that never ends up to be any good. You know what? You guys will go down in not only this county, other counties as an example, but also in his realm too. When you know what to do is right and you don't do it, it's called sin. And I'm not saying that. I think I don't know a single one of you guys, and gals, but I have a feeling that you will do the right thing and you will stop it. Let the buck stop here in South Dakota. I love hearing about Tennessee and Texas. Tennessee, I love what their state legislature's doing. I love to, in Iowa even, with, that's getting off the track here a little bit. I'd love to see South Dakota so strong, but this pipeline is no benefit. Our country, our whole world needs CO2, and all these years, why weren't they putting it in the ground right where they were doing it? What were they doing before? Thank you.
Thank you.
I am John Stever. I live at 46822 276th Street, Lenox, on the Klondike there. Heard a lot of great stuff today and stuff that I all agree with. We've got concerns about, what this does to our local economy here, jobs that it's going to provide or not provide, and the implications it has for all the people here in this room and everybody else in Lincoln County. Something that really stands out to me is the evidence on this and what has happened in the past. I've got a background in engineering. I graduated from School of Mines. And a big concern we always have about design is safety factors, especially on something that includes the lives of people around it. So in the past in Mississippi, these 1,500-foot buffer zones were proven not effective. Other people here brought that up too. Frozen ground overnight, other concerns, and just having a lack of oxygen. Obviously, we want nothing to do with only CO2 being in the air when we're trying to, get away from it. So, safety factors, usually something like a safety factor of 2 is pretty reasonable. If you look at a bridge or any other public structure that we used to go across, the number gets much larger. Safety factors of 5, 10. So if we take that 1,500-foot number, multiply it by 2, there's 3,000 feet. And that's about what other people are talking about, a half mile. And I think that is reasonable for something where it involves the life or death situation of citizens. So then the other part of this, the other factors, not going into the merits of a CO2 pipeline, which I completely do not agree with, but we are potentially putting the livelihoods of people in South Dakota at risk for, the ironic part is our own tax dollars. These are federally subsidized programs that, like other people have brought up, are not utilities. They're moving a commodity that we are not going to use. It's not beneficial to us. And they're pocketing money that we pay in taxes every year, to stick it in the ground, which is ridiculous to begin with. But stepping away from that, this hearing is about the safety of it, and I think that, 2,640 feet, or in reality more, because a safety factor of 2 that's bare minimum. This, in civic structures, it's much more than that. So, thank you for your time. I hope that you guys consider passing this and considering the safety of the citizens of Lincoln County.
Thank you. Okay.
Just a question, Madam Chair. Were you intending to let the proponents have some rebuttal time at the end of this?
Absolutely. I was just waiting to make sure everybody was done here.
Chair's discussion, I'll save comments for that period.
Yep, thank you. All right, it looks like we have nobody else to come forward. Okay. Yes, we will now have the opposition or proponents come forward. And again, let's remind you to state your name, your address, and you will have 5 minutes each.
Good evening, Commission, Madam Chair. My name's Aaron Eldridge. My company address is 2321 North Loop Drive, Ames, Iowa. And I am the project manager for Summit Carbon Solutions for South Dakota. And so I know I've spoke before you before. I've spoken with many of those in attendance here as well about this project. And so I don't plan to repeat myself on many of those factors. I would be happy with anyone in the room, with any of the commissioners, to speak on the engineering side of that, to talk about my experience in oil and gas, in building pipelines of all different types, water, gas, crude, CO2. I'd be happy to share any of that. But that's not my point here. What I would like to do is just ask kind of two simple questions. And the first question would be, I think it's important to address what the point of this ordinance is. I think we heard a lot of testimony from individuals on a lot of different topics. And so the first topic is the point of this ordinance, why it was proposed, and what you guys would be proposing to shut the pipeline down. I think that's what we heard from a lot of people, that that's the intent of this ordinance. That's what they would like to see from this ordinance. And so questions to ask yourself is that the intent of this ordinance? And is that, if it's not the intent, what this ordinance would do? The next question is this intent to regulate safety of the pipeline? I think we have a lot of evidence that the PHMSA preempts in cases of safety. There's currently a case in Iowa where a federal judge, the Honorable Stephanie Rose, has stated where a county had put an ordinance in place that, in my view, having read all the materials, preemption is pretty clear here. I don't know that there's any argument that isn't preempted in one way or another. And now, obviously, I'm pulling that out of a big document. If you guys would like to see the full document to see the context for that, I am more than happy to share that with you all. It's public information. Happy to share that with anyone here as well. I think the next thing I would ask, we're talked about intelligent land use, and I think what we've seen from individuals here is that these setbacks would restrict the opportunity for landowners to use their land in the way they would like. We also see that if you're farming on land, if you can use that land for farming, you also get the taxes of a pipeline, which you have seen from property taxes from having Dakota Access and other pipelines run through this county. It's also helping the ethanol industry that helps run this state, that helps back the agriculture industry that runs this state. There's a lot of comments about developments not wanting to build around pipelines. There's evidence that Harrisburg has grown over 10% in the last couple of years, and that county, I've showed you all maps, we've talked about it here, is riddled with pipelines. New developments are being built around those pipelines all the time, and a lot of the new homes in Harrisburg are built around those pipelines. The last question I would ask is, it seems like some of the comments were that maybe this ordinance is to help define what a common carrier is, and whether or not Summit or Navigator or any of those would be utilized for that. I know within the ordinance, it does try to be very clear that this ordinance is for all pipelines. It's not targeting specific entities, but in the same breath as those who have written the ordinance, they specifically called out Summit and Navigator as why they only called out specific zoning districts. And so I think this ordinance, as it's written, not only if it's used for regulating safety or shutting the pipeline down, is preempted. I also think it's fairly clear that this is a targeted ordinance towards specific pipeline companies. And I would just like to see the commission evaluate those facts.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sean Hofer, and my address is 27135 442nd Avenue in Marion. As I said, my name is Sean Hofer, and I'm a farmer from Marion. I'm also the chair of the New Gen Energy Board, which is our ethanol plant in Marion. I also brought along 2 additional board members with me. New Gen employs 58 people, making us the largest employer in Marion and also one of the largest in our county. In addition, New Gen buys over 50 million bushels of corn annually from farmers in Turner, Lincoln, Minnehaha, and surrounding counties. New Gen isn't just a company, it's a critical part of this community. We at New Gen are proud to partner with Summit Carbon Solutions on the carbon capture project. This project will dramatically increase the long-term viability of our ethanol plant and other plants in this area. This means these plants can continue to pay their employees competitive wages and their farmers a competitive price for corn. As a result, these employees and these farmers have more disposable income to invest right back into this community. This proposed ordinance threatens to hinder the carbon capture project by Summit. It also threatens the long-term viability of ethanol plants just like ours. In the end, it threatens how much the people who live here can afford to invest back into the community. I stand before you to voice our opposition to the proposed ordinance. Our partnership with Summit is still new, but we see its future potential. Across the board, a significant majority of landowners have already been receptive to such an initiative. They see the value and the potential benefits just as we do. Each decision we make doesn't just affect our business, it affects our community, our friends, our neighbors, and it impacts those 58 employees of NewGen who depend on it for their living, and the many farmers who supply it with corn. Carbon capture and sequestration, however, isn't just an immediate solution, it's an economic catalyst. With the pipeline in place, we are looking at a significant surge in economic growth for this area. This project promises not only to create jobs, but also to stimulate local business and contribute to the overall financial health of our region. This isn't just about sustainable energy, it's about fostering sustainable growth and prosperity right here. To be frank, without this project, the future of NewGen and other ethanol plants in this area is in jeopardy. But together as a community, we have the power to ensure the shared prosperity. So as we stand here today, I ask you to consider what's really at stake. Let's protect our community and our people and our farmers. NewGen, in partnership with Summit Carbon Solutions, is ready to contribute to the long-term success of this community. Please vote no on this proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Peterson, Salem. I would just want to thank everybody that spoke tonight. Wow, that was heartfelt, really from the bottom of the heart there. That was great. And commissioners, thank you. Commissioner Scott, you said something right away before all this started here. It was either find a path or eminent domain. I hope you find a path. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, all right. Well, now, okay.
Tom Eastland, 477040, Canton, South Dakota, 278th Street. I'd like to ask the gentleman from the ethanol plant.
Sir, you have to address all your comments up here. I apologize.
I'd like to know what proof he has, or indication that he has that ethanol is in jeopardy. As far as I know, every farmer I know who opposes this project, including myself, have supported ethanol from the beginning, and we still do. And as far as I know, ethanol is thriving as we speak without a pipeline. So just to say that, I've had people get up and say that without it, ethanol's done. How would they know that? And how would they prove that? I don't believe that's true at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Tony, as an applicant, do you have anything to say? Any answers to anything? And then we'll move on.
From the gentleman from Summit, I would like to say, if you have a problem with
adding this or not having this in other districts, please add it in tonight. Not going to fight it. I mean, if that's a problem, bring it in. Supporting his side, that might be a problem for him. It's restrictive. Add it in. We're not trying to get rid of them. We're just trying to make a fair playing field. Another way to look at a housing eligibility is a commodity. If I have a truck full of corn, I can sell it anywhere I want, whenever I want. The county gave us housing eligibilities, and we have the right to sell it when we want, or transfer it or build on it as we choose. That is a farmer's right. And I think we have to respect that. If you want to reduce those setbacks, reduce the setbacks for hospitals, that is your choice. But I'm not fighting anything here. I'm just asking for help. I'm going to have Eric Boak speak, and then Paul Blackbird still on if you have questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Eric Boak, 47832 US Highway 18, Canton. Just for full disclosure, the Navigator pipeline will go right through my farm ground. And more importantly, right next to my neighbor's property, who won't get a penny for this project. So talk about inverse condemnation issues, they're going to be replete throughout the county. But trying to keep as much personal animosity or emotion out of this as possible, I wanted to try and address some comments. Some of you know I work in a county north of here, live in this county. But so I've heard the presentation from the pipeline companies many times, personally in our house, in a couple other meetings. They've been very cordial. Can't say enough nice about the personalities involved. May disagree with the project, but that's a good thing, that we can have a conversation. But they work for an employer, and it's important to remember that they're doing their job. And as Mr. Eldridge has said a couple times in other meetings, and again today, he's very artful about what he says and what he doesn't say. 49 USC section 60104E expressly says that the federal government does not preempt routing and location of the pipeline. You folks have that authority and power. So my biggest concern, and you've heard that from one of the other proponents of the ordinance tonight, is don't let perfection be the enemy of the possible. Did a lot of time in Pierre, which sounds a little bit like I've done some time in the penitentiary, but that's not the case. We've got a couple other legislators here. That's where I did my prior public service. It's trying to get something done. And right now you're up against the clock. And the Navigator hearings are going to be at the end of July, first part of August. Summits will be a little bit later. It's really important you get something done and on the books, even if it's not fully past the 20-day effective date for the final read. And when I say that, I know this process doesn't end with you. It has to go with the commission. They have to have 2 readings, and there's publication. You're not going to get it done, quite frankly, before Navigator's hearings at the Public Utilities Commission. However, if it's clear to the PUC that you've got something in place and all you're waiting for is that 20-day period to evaporate, they're going to take that into consideration. And what's more powerful than the 2 biggest counties having something that's very similar to each other, may not be identical, but very similar to each other, one effective and one right behind it. So with that, I would strongly suggest you do a couple things. And this is not in contravention to the excellent testimony you've heard tonight, because again, it affects me personally. But I think as a pure issue of mechanics, you need to strike the building eligibility from this proposed ordinance. There's just no way to make that work. We looked at it in Minnehaha County, can't make it work. If you shift the burden back to those property owners to go out and plat and designate a building site, they're probably not ready to do that. You heard testimony that some of them actually are not real comfortable even having them and paying taxes on that building eligible in the first place. We see it all the time, and so do you folks, where they're moving them from one part of a section or a 80-acre chunk. Happens, and that's part of the development process. But until that's resolved, you just need to let that part go. Now, I wish I had a crystal ball, because if I had, I would have picked Powerball numbers a long time ago, and I wouldn't be here right now. But the point is, I don't. So can I tell you that adopting something similar to what Minnehaha County did is going to get you through the gate and it's going to be ironclad and defensible in court. No, I can't tell you that. But the more you stick to planning, routing, and location, and take the rest of the safety discussions out of it, because Mr. Eldridge is right, the feds have preempted those issues. This is neutral. It's about all the pipelines except natural gas, because again, the federal government has preempted that area as well. So you need to leave those things out. This is drafted very, very similar to what we did in Mahock County, with those two exceptions. The final one is probably going to need to take a serious look at how big that setback is. Now, keep in mind, this one is still currently drafted the same as Minnehaha County did, and that's from a parcel line, not from the structure point. So even 750 feet, as the original draft in Minnehaha County would, is quite a bit more than you think it is when you're measuring from the parcel line and not from the house or the business or the school or whatever the number is. So keep that in mind, because if you shift that back to the building site itself, then probably that number does need to be bigger. But you're talking about the parcel line, not from the building site.
Okay.
So,
All right,
I'm
just
sorry
one
I'm out of
question. I
time.
know your time is out, but I do. Can you tell me that 49, what was that again?
Sure. In fact, I'll even read it to you. It's 49 USC, United States Code, section 60104, sub E. And what it says is the chapter does not authorize the Secretary of Transportation to prescribe the location or routing of a pipeline facility, which includes the pipeline itself and all the incidentals that go along with the pipeline. So you folks, local government, states, everybody else, other than the feds, have sole control over that issue. So again, can I guarantee you're not going to be in court? No. But I think you're pretty clear, and I understand Mr. Blackburn's on the line if you want to hear from somebody else, but I'm not your attorney. You've got two great ones in the back of the room. You could ask them if you wish. And as far as a final cleaned up version of this, I suspect Toby already has one with those issues removed and numbers changed. So I know he's a guy that thinks around the corner most of the time, so.
And thank you so
Yep.
much. Okay, well,
Paul Blackburn is on the phone for his last rebuttal.
Paul?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Paul Blackburn. My address is 4028 McCulloch Street in Duluth, Minnesota, and I'm an attorney with both Alliance. I hear Summit and other people saying repeatedly that all matters related to safety cannot be considered in routing. And they cite, for an attorney, impermissibly, a bench statement by a judge in the Southern District of Iowa, an informal statement from the bench. In reality, there are exactly 3 federal cases that have considered whether a local government can consider safety in routing a hazardous liquid pipeline. And they are the Washington Gaslight series of cases, culminating in a Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals decision. And it said that this county recognized the county evaluated safety in determining whether a pipeline was going to be allowed under or was preempted by the Pipeline Safety Act. And the Fourth Circuit expressly said that that didn't result in voiding the ordinance or the county's decision. There's also a case, the South Portland case, which was out of Maine. And again, these are final decisions. These are very long technical final decisions where the courts considered it in detail, not from a bench statement. The South Portland decision was also the same thing. It was a Pipeline Safety Act facility. The county refused to cite to allow it to be built, and they considered safety expressly as one of the factors. And the district court there said that that didn't void the county's ordinance. Finally, there's the Bad River case in the Northern District of Wisconsin, and all these cases are over the last decade. And the Bad River case, it was a Indian tribe, the Bad River Band, that wanted a pipeline moved, and they didn't want to renew their lease. And the company argued that they couldn't consider safety in their decision about whether they wanted the pipeline moved because that was safety related. And the district court there, once again found that consideration of safety in determining where the pipeline should be did not void the Indian tribe's decision. Those are the only three cases in federal law that have expressly considered whether 49 U.S.C. Section 60104E that was just cited can consider whether a county or local government can consider, or a state government can consider safety in routing. All three of them recognized that safety was considered. All three of the courts upheld the county and local government's jurisdiction. I don't see how somebody can, in a straight face, cite to a bench statement in the Southern District of Iowa when there's three final decisions considered in detail, in quite technical, quite long decisions, but very clear, they allowed consideration of safety and routing. So while the judge in Iowa hasn't issued her final decision yet, and that could always be appealed to the Eighth Circuit, the fact that she said something from the bench would not influence another court, because courts aren't going to consider merely a bench statement. Instead, they're going to look at these other expressly decided final decisions by two U.S. district courts and one circuit court, U.S. Circuit Court. So when I hear that people say that everything related to safety is preempted, I think that they're just simply not familiar with the law, or they're familiar with it and they're not citing on-point precedent in the federal courts. And if you want the citations for those, I've got them on my computer. I can send them to you. There isn't any doubt about what they said in these cases. It's very clear. So when you hear that all things related to safety are preempted, that's simply not true. And the reason for that is that, as it was just argued, 49 U.S.C. 60104E preserves the right to route pipelines to the states. And the states don't do it, the local government gets to do it. So, what the court for example, in Maryland said in the Fourth Circuit, what they said was, well, the field of pipeline routing is distinct from the field of pipeline safety. Pipeline routing happens before a pipeline is built. It happens before a pipeline is designed. It happens before a pipeline is operated or constructed. And that's what Pipeline Safety Act deals with, is the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of a pipeline. But a pipeline has to be routed before it can be finally designed or constructed. And so the field of pipeline routing under federal law is distinct and separate from the field of pipeline safety. And further, if local governments or state governments can't consider safety and routing, then no agency could, because PHMSA can't determine a route, so PHMSA can't have safety standards related to whether a pipeline is safe or not. They're prohibited by federal law from doing that. So, if states and counties refuse to consider safety and routing, just realize that no government will consider safety and routing. No government can consider whether a pipeline should go by a hospital or a nursing home. No government can consider whether it goes over unstable, geologically hazardous land. No government can consider whether it goes through by a school. In other words, it'd be up completely to the pipeline companies to determine whether the route is safe. And there's zero evidence that Congress intended to have no agency in the country consider whether a pipeline route is safe or not. And that's one of the reasons why all these courts, the three courts that have considered this issue, have been very clear that the local governments could consider safety as part of the decision, and that didn't void it. So it wasn't preempted. So I think that there's just simply incorrect in their legal analysis, and we'll see what the court does in the Southern District of Iowa. I think she's going to see the law and starts trying to write her decision, and it's going to turn out that she's going to have to think about it differently. The other thing is that Iowa has an entirely different set of state preemption issues because they authorize routing by the state government there, and so that she may preempt it all, or she may decide the ordinance is preempted on state law grounds and not touch the federal law grounds, because if she can brought this case, decided the case on state law grounds, and the Eighth Circuit prohibits her from considering the federal grounds. So she may never reach these federal issues.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. All right. So I think we will now go ahead and close the floor to public comment on this application. Can we take a break for a moment so I can go to the bathroom? Please.
Can I make a motion to recess for 5 minutes?
Yes,
I'll second.
perfect. All those in favor
Scott.
say aye.
Aye.
Come back. Can I get a motion to come back in session, please?
No.
I mean, we can go home.
I'll move to come back into session, Scott.
Second, Green.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. Okay. So now that we're back in session, we heard both sides. Now I think we as a commission we're going to start discussing this. I know in the staff, let me look here. I don't want to say something that's not true. So Toby had said there would be, maybe some room for some compromise here with the applicant. So we want to try and get this all hashed out here. So we may or may not have some questions for legal. Is that correct?
Yep, maybe.
All right. If we could have either Mr. Golden or Mr. Meaner come up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What's your take on the original staff report on the, I guess the things that I pulled out of there were in 4.7, I guess the things that staff had issue with, if we were to change those and get them more in line with what staff recommends or wants to see, what are your feelings about that and how does it make the ordinance look?
So I'm very cautious giving any type of legal opinions out in the public because if I give a legal opinion to you here and now, I could very well be reading it in a brief. And so that can come back. So we could, if I brainstorm with you like I would in executive session or explain law and give options, the reason we do that is because, once again, whatever you pass or don't pass, we're going to defend. And so if we take a position out in the public, or we make statements like that, then it makes it very difficult for us to take a different position or have to argue something or defend something, potentially. So as far as the staff report goes, we did review it. We reviewed it with Toby. We went through that and we concur with the things that he said. A lot of those are mechanical issues. There are some definite things that we don't know how this would work. I believe one of the things that we had discussed was just the difference in areas of zoning where the pipeline may go through and some of the technical requirements would need drafting. I think Mr. Bogue was quite clear about his opinion about the eligibilities. So there are some things here that, as written, mechanically, as Toby put into the report, if it doesn't meet the special use permit, it turns into a conditional use permit. And so the ordinance doesn't have any setbacks as a conditional use permit. It doesn't have any conditions as a conditional use permit. And so you have to take that into consideration. If those setbacks automatically convert it to a conditional use permit, you hear them all the time. And so if they meet the conditions or they meet what is set, then you're going to grant the conditional use permit.
So mechanically, the way the ordinance is set up and what those setbacks are and what the requirements are for them to meet make a difference in how it's going to be applied.
Mhm.
Does that help you?
Yep. Because that's, so with that, the fact that the commercial R1, RR, I1, and I2 are all absent from this ordinance currently. If we were to add those to this ordinance and make them conditional uses in those zones, is that doable? Can we do
Depends
that?
on what your language is and how you go about it. So
Okay.
you'd want to craft the language to include those and set it up so that they either are permitted uses
Mhm.
or you'd have to make the decision on conditional use permit. So
And then
those are
would-
two choices you would have to make. and
Those
how
are two choices. We could make them conditional uses in those zones.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Anybody else? Good? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, you guys want to, should we just start by going through these each one by one? How we wanna?
Yep, let's just do that. Start
Let's
at the
do
top.
this. Let's start at the top.
Do we need any motions or anything at this point for what we're trying to accomplish here?
I don't
Or
think
we-
so.
or are we just
We're in
discussing?
discussion.
All right.
And we get done with discussion, I think we can make motions.
Okay.
All right, so. Measures that were corrected by the applicant. So it looks like, everybody correct me if I'm wrong, I'm tired, I'm old. Number 4 is where we start coming into issues, correct?
Yep.
All right. So, even though it looks like the zoning maps just goes through those 2 areas, it could go through the others. So, how do we want to tackle this one?
Well, I'm not sure on the wording exactly, but, you know, I'd probably motion that we'd include all zoning into this, to accept them all at once.
If you're going to amend the ordinance, what you would need to do is go to a specific section, cite to the specific section, come up with the exact language you want to include, and then take a vote on each and every one.
Yep.
Okay.
So to follow.
But we can have discussion about them ahead of
Yes.
time, make notes and come back and go down our list then. Okay?
Okay.
That's what I think we're gonna do.
So, yeah, I would, and the thing I just want to remind everyone that the lines that the 2 companies are proposing, there's nothing set. They don't have any permits, they're not going for sure this way or go that way. It can all adjust. So I would
That is a good point.
think we bring them all in.
Yeah, because, yeah, it hasn't 100% been set, so just because the proposed path is there, doesn't necessarily mean that it won't affect those other zones. Yeah, I agree with you. So if we go to the ordinance, where would it be? Toby, can you help us where which, so we don't have to
So-
read through all these, where would we have to add that in?
Is
on
at the very
ordinance?
beginning, actually, of the proposed one.
Yeah,
So like following Minnehaha County, they have a section where, here we have section 1 is ag, section 2 is
okay,
rec. You know,
Gotcha.
we could have section 3 commercial, section 4 industrial,
yep.
and so on and so forth.
So we would just add that right along.
However many sections we have for
Yep.
zones.
Yeah, because we'd need
There, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more.
Is that correct, Toby?
We're gonna do it tonight, is what you wanna say in that part?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Let's see, so. I think, so, well, it's kind of the three topics, maybe if you say, I can go back and write it down and then bring it back to you, what it would look like.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
So
Yep.
standing here, because we got about four other districts, so do you want it to follow the permitted special uses then and those other districts?
Correct.
Okay, all right, we can do that.
They would look just like,
Yep.
just
Yep.
the same.
Yep.
We just add them to it.
Okay, I can do that.
So that takes care of
Number 4.
number
It'll
4.
take me a few minutes to draft.
That's
that.
fine.
okay.
Yeah.
We'll have a little discussion on the next one.
Nick, Colin,
So then the next one would be.
do you have anything else on that?
Yeah, sorry.
Scott and Colin.
No.
So,
Reading it on the screen, no, I don't have any other.
I'll make comments about it. You know, I think my comments associated with this are, we're very focused on the fact that there are 2 applications out there. I don't care that there's any applications out there. I think what we're doing is projecting for the future, right?
Mhm.
So, and that's to, I think, staff's analysis and the report is, you know, right now, I think there are a lot of people that are of the mindset that there are applications that are out there, but, you know, as we look through and to go back and reference, one of the statements made was regarding the number of miles throughout the country that there is proposed for 2050. Joy came up and said that, the 2050 pipeline plan, right? And the number of miles that will be created. Well, we don't know, right? So I think that's why it's important that we consider adding all of them, not just
Right.
because there are 2 pipelines on the table. It's
Mhm.
because we have the duty to protect Lincoln County moving
As a whole,
forward, right?
moving forward, correct.
So you're in agreement with?
Right.
Yep. So then I think that if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'll speak on the next one,
ahead.
item 5. So, if we go to the bottom, I think in this one, probably the 2 things that jump out that we have to discuss is the setback from a proposed building eligibility. And then if we leave the language the same to the closest parcel boundary, or we go to a structure. Because as Mr. Bogue said, that makes a difference. And then, I guess, the other setbacks of 2,000 feet from public parks, schools, facilities, homes. Do we want to make any adjustments to that to be more consistent with others?
I do have a copy of Minnehaha.
I guess I'm in
County.
favor of a parcel boundary.
Yep.
Yes.
And I do have a copy of Minnehaha counties, just so if you guys want to look at it. I don't know if you want to, what they started at, what they ended at. So I don't know if anybody wants to look at that?
Yeah,
You
I
got
got
it too?
I got it.
Okay, you guys need to look at that?
I'm good, thank you.
I'll take a look at it.
I brought it up at the beginning and I agree with Mr. Bogue that in order to make this work, I mean, it's nothing personal. I have built plenty of building eligibilities too, so, but I do think that has to get struck from the verbiage. So that would be one thing that I guess I would say on that. And then we'd leave to the parcel line, and then what about the other setbacks?
Where are we at? Commissioner Green and Commissioner Instead, do you have thoughts on the setbacks? This is what is proposed right now in this ordinance.
So if you're gonna consider the setbacks, you probably want to have a rationale for the number you pick. So,
That's why I thought we would look at Minnehaha counties and then kind of, maybe.
I believe one of the things that was looked at is there a possible route through the county on a map, depending on the setbacks? So that may be one of the things you want to consider.
Anybody have a thought on the setbacks? Leave them, change them?
Well, I'm just throwing this out there. So originally Minnehaha had 750 feet to the parcel boundary, if I recall correctly. And then there was amendment to, an offer amendment, I can't remember if it was accepted, to move it to the building structure. And there's also another amendment to move it to 300 and, I can't remember.
330. 330, I believe. 330.
Okay.
1,000.
So if we leave it at the parcel boundary, you know, that's still, and we leave it, say we move it to 750 feet like Minnehaha originally had, that's still a pretty wide gap to parcel boundary. You know, if we go to
a structure.
If we go to structure, and then that changes everything quite a bit different that way too. So that's one thing to consider when we look at setbacks is
Commissioner.
I would be in favor of that. Yeah.
What are you all thinking?
And when we're talking 750 feet, say that's the number, that's for the first one right there.
Yeah.
For a dwelling, church, business, and eligible building site. We're going to strike,
We're gonna strike the
talking about
building site.
eligible building
Yep.
site.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be dwellings, churches, and businesses.
And then the rest would
And that would
probably,
be to the parcel line.
yeah.
Correct.
So we can adjust the other ones also, but just, maybe just concentrate on that one number first.
I think so.
Is there a way to see on a map what that does for creating avenues? I don't know the answer to that.
I'm sure there is, but probably not tonight.
I was just going to say, do current pipelines have maps? Do either, well, I guess we only have Summit here.
But this gets back to, I am unconcerned about the map of a pipeline.
No, I said current, just so we would know, but
But we're concerned about, does the way that we
Future.
pass this ordinance create permissive avenues for there to be a pipeline to be able to pass?
Right.
I think a 750-foot setback from dwellings, there would be a path through most sections.
through a parcel line,
Property from the parcel line.
from a
right?
parcel line.
Or from a parcel, yeah, from a
Yes.
parcel line. So if you've got your home and your parcel line around that.
Your
I mean,
business, yeah.
There's a lot of room in between to make that happen. 2,000 is gonna be tough.
So in reality, we went from the 2,100 to the 750, 2,100 from the last ordinance to the 750, which, and that's from the building site to the parcel line, which should definitely give them a path,
Mm-hmm.
I would think. I mean, Lincoln County is, a lot of rural area. I think mostly the current, I don't know, I think it's mostly rural, so right now, but in the future, I mean, there's a lot of growth going out, but I think that 750 would be our safest bet.
Yep.
When they talk about healthcare facilities, are they talking about like hospitals, you know, these Rite Aid clinics, all these little, you know, urgent care clinics? Is all that stuff considered healthcare? Is that
No, I think
nursing homes?
hospitals. I
Yeah.
thought hospitals and,
But it just says healthcare.
Let's finish up the first one, and then we'll move on to the healthcare would be the next one. Let's make a decision if we want to stick with the 2,000 or if we want to make an adjustment.
I think an adjustment's necessary. So
I
how do we
agree.
how do we justify our adjustment? Right? Like that's
to give them a path. To give all of them a.
So Toby is working on the other zoning areas.
Mhm.
So how does that apply to your setbacks?
We go to all.
Well, as far
all
as-
of the areas.
Yeah. I mean, the buildings that would be in there, these same setbacks would be adopted to those.
For the commercial areas and the other
In the,
areas that.
yeah. The I-1s and I-2s and. But that's kind of what you were proposing, wasn't it, Jerry? That's where I wondered if we did it on a conditional use basis, we'd have a little more flexibility within those commercial and industrial areas.
With the understanding that your permitted use flips to a conditional use if they don't meet it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And conditional use.
That would take care of it then,
But conditional use doesn't have setbacks.
but we can put them in as conditions,
Yes, there's always the,
right?
So,
Isn't that the lever we can use?
so I'm not sure, because if Toby's writing it and the language for permitted uses in those areas, are you now writing in possibly for it to flip to a CUP in that commercial area?
Yeah. Yeah, because then if they don't meet the setback for the permitted use, then it goes to a conditional use. And then we've got and then we come forward, have a conditional use, go through that process, and then we could put setbacks in as conditions on that.
But we'd almost have to make them the same every building, every time.
In the conditional use process, is that what you're asking?
That's what the
So if they-
discussion is because he's trying to draft language
So
so
if they
that
come
the other
for-
zoning areas, if it's a permitted use and it doesn't meet the that use, then the permitted use permit turns into a conditional use permit.
and one of the conditions should be these, whatever specific setbacks we put in.
Well, that would kick them
No.
out of the conditional
would
use
kick 'em
then,
out of the
because they've already been
conditional-
kicked out of the
yes.
permitted
That
use.
gets, right,
Yes.
because the permitted use has the setbacks. The conditional use permit does not.
Then we'd have to have a different set of setbacks for the conditional use permit,
But each one would
Guideline.
have to,
right?
Well.
Or none at all.
Conditional use is a wide,
yeah, then each one we would have to just hear.
That's what I'm wondering, is can't we just handle that on a case-by-case basis as the conditions come?
Well, these are all things that you probably want to think about going through the ordinance.
Yeah, well, I think that's why we're having the
Yeah.
discussion, trying to figure that out. What's your thought? I mean, I guess that's the way I look at it, but you tell me if I'm wrong.
I give legal opinions.
Yeah.
Policy is not what I do. So I will tell you
Okay.
what's possible and give you options, but
So is that one of our options? To let it just go to a conditional use?
Toby's looking at us like, what?
I mean, it's hard to sit up here with, just give us your opinion. I mean, I understand the position you guys are in, but I don't think this is that difficult of a question to ask. Can you tell us what to do here, Toby? If it flips to a conditional use, can we just leave it at that
That would
and
be the
handle it
first
on a
time you listened to
case-by-case
me, though, on
basis?
that part, yeah.
It's getting a little frustrating.
So I guess I'd have a question for you is I'm very familiar with Manatee County. I work with them routinely. I still don't understand completely how they established the 700 feet or 750 feet. There was logic to what they adopted. There was basis, there was in regulations that was familiar to it. I'm not saying that's what it should be. I'm just saying, I think when Bill walked up here the first time, he was correct in saying is that we should have some supporting reason for why whatever the setback is. And not for you, but for me, because it's every single day someone comes in, well, why is the setback this? Why? That's routinely the question we hear every day. And I'll go back to is what we adopted with the wind regulation was there was a Minnesota Department of Health study. None of you will be familiar with this, but some in the crowd will remember this. A Minnesota Department of Health study that stated that there is no impact past a half a mile for a wind tower. We had reasoning for it. There was basis for it. I'm not justifying or saying what Minnehaha County did with what they did, but there was something there. And I think we've all looked for it. We've listened to every public hearing for someone to give us what the answer is. So you're asking me for the answer.
No,
I've been waiting too.
So I think we're
Yeah.
asking you a different question.
Okay.
So I think we've got some answers on, on that. I get, the question we're needing to know is, if they don't meet the setbacks and they don't get
A variance.
I'm having a glitch.
So they wouldn't get a building permit, so we would
No,
say.
what would be, they wouldn't get the permitted use.
Correct, so they wouldn't get a
Correct.
building permit.
So then it
from
would
us,
kick to
yeah.
a conditional use.
Correct.
Do we have to have a set of setbacks for the conditional use, or can we handle that on a case-by-case basis? You're shutting me off.
Well, I mean, there's a legal question to that, but I'll answer it from the aspect of zoning is that it wouldn't be a good idea
What wouldn't?
to have no setback.
Okay.
Right? Number one, the public's gonna be concerned when in one area it's 100 feet when it could have been something else, right?
Yeah.
So the goal would be is to make it the permitted special use with whatever that regulation is. So that's what it is, standard for everybody, right? So that way, if it's this property, it's gonna be the same setback as this one. If it flips to a conditional use permit, it's arbitrary. There is no setback. It would be established.
Yeah,
So
I
in some
agree.
cases, it could be less than, it could be 50 feet, right? Yeah.
So we can leave it at that then?
I think we should try to keep it as much in the special.
Permitted
Well, we'd
special.
keep it as much as special use, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But-
yeah, on the 750, you know, we haven't done a full map on that to show you what it would look like on that part of it. So
Yeah.
I can't stand up here and say that it would meet the requirements.
But I-
Again, yeah.
But don't you agree that, well, I guess you can't probably say, but it's my own opinion. I mean, after reading and seeing what Minnehaha County's done and sitting in 3 or 4 of these that we've had, I feel like 750 feet, still, especially from a parcel line, still provides, I don't know if anybody knows what adequate protection is, but it provides some protection, both economically and whatever, to the citizens. But it also provides a path
And I can't answer that.
through the,
Yep.
yeah, I mean,
Yep, yep.
it sure provides a better one than 2,000 maybe, So, those are my thoughts on it.
What you two thinking over there?
What I'm just trying to figure out is, like they said, rationale behind these setbacks is, there's 330, there's 750. Well, what's their rationale behind that? Is it some study that they had, based off of some, because in my line of work, everything's engineered to say, hey, it has this, breaking strength, it has, the gradation is this, and all these things that add up to, well, what we determine needs to be done. And that's why I'm just kind of at a loss right now of, okay, if we just throw a number out there, well, how do we justify that?
Well, we gotta start somewhere.
Well, I was gonna say, we have to, we have to start somewhere. I mean, the rationale we have a couple different things. I mean, we have one pipeline engineer for now that says, the setback should be 1,200 to 1,500 feet. We also have somebody who testified that says 1,000 feet after a lake was still frozen. So do we go by those numbers? Or do we go by a closer number, you know what I mean? So we do have some numbers from people who have lived it and somebody who is an engineer for a pipeline who says, so those are much higher numbers. So we could go by that, or we can
Yeah, we could.
put it down. I mean, those are our options. We could do that. We could do the 1,200.
Yep.
That a pipeline engineer said, would you, I mean,
But again, that's the things that, you know, if this gets challenged of, you know, they're gonna wanna, you know, more, you know, that rationale behind it.
right? And,
So that's- And I
well,
know we
there-
gotta start somewhere, and, you know, does that 12 to 1,500 feet, does that still provide them a way to get through the county?
well, I don't know, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if we're talking about rationale, I mean, there's an engineer on record saying that. So there's our rationale right there, if that's what you want to use. Or do you want to say, okay, rationale, he said 1,200 to 1,500 for a 20-inch pipe. Do we go half that, or 750?
You know, I want to throw the suggestion out there. We go into executive session, bring our legal counsel with us and hash a little bit more of this out.
No, I think it's got to be out in public. This is why we're here. We need to,
I agree, but I'd like to maybe get some more information to help us hash it out, and then we can come out and explain everything and our rationale.
well, we can't, though. If we go into executive session, we can't share what we've talked about in executive session. So we can't come out and explain it. So that's why what we talk about, it needs to be out in public. So, I mean, we need to have transparency to these people, to this side and that side.
I think the hard part is legal's not gonna give us a number, right? So-
Right.
So we're sitting here trying to come up with numbers as part of this plan, based in sound reasoning, right? For me, it's hard to conceptualize the what-ifs as we start to put numbers and as we all have passion about this one way or the other, and not be able to see it on a map. I have a hard time voting with anything if I can't see what the impact is. Whether it's 700 feet, 330 feet, 1,200 feet, 2,000 feet, like, we're just throwing numbers out there, and I think that's the problem.
I know we do want something, obviously, but maybe the answer is to hold it off another month.
No. I think
That way
we don't have the time to do that.
Well, part of that problem is, like, we've all voted on something.
Right.
We all voted on something that went to the county commission. The county commission was in a stalemate, and now we're back because a concerned citizen, Tony, bless his heart, puts all this work, effort, and everything into this process for us to then to continue to debate it. And we continue to debate it, to send it back to the county commission, who ultimately, if, you know, we still have one county commissioner who's gonna recuse himself, so we're at 2-2. And ultimately, based on that process, right? So, or there is the potential to be a tie, I should say that. There is the potential to be a tie. And then it comes back again. So we are in this, hopefully not, endless loop of what we're gonna do to support our constituents. And it just, you know, I think we all feel the frustration associated with what that looks like. Unfortunately. It is unfortunate that we keep relying on a concerned citizen
Should do
to
our
continue
jobs.
to bring ordinances when the recommendation that was taken to the commission was to bring a group together, to bring a group effort to the commission, right? But unfortunately, it did not pass.
And I think that's why, you know, and I applaud Chairman Hogan for holding to this, that we're gonna get this taken care of tonight. I mean, yeah, the easy thing to be would be to postpone it, definitely to the July meeting, take some time, let's think about it, let's talk about it. I'm sure Toby would rather have us do that, he wouldn't have to be scribbling on paper back there. But, we've done that, and unfortunately, other people haven't did their part. So I think that's our job, that's what we're here to do, and so let's get an ordinance that we can somewhat agree on. You can always vote no on it, but let's get something that we can make a motion on and have discussion, I guess. That's where I'm at.
Yes, we need to continue to do our job. Regardless of what happens after we do our job, we need to do our job. That's what we are here for.
And we have to have something that's doable. I mean, Chet's sitting back there and he nailed it right on when he was up here talking. He says, we need to get something that's passable and something that's doable. And, is it gonna be the best thing in the world for either side? Probably not, but those are usually the best things. When everybody's isn't 100% satisfied with both things, with the whole works. So like I said, I feel like, whether it's 750 feet or 1,000 feet, I think we could debate that, but I think that's a number that's doable, that does provide some distance between homes and acreages, and also probably gives us the best chance to have a plausible path through the county.
All right, then I propose we strike the eligibility. We go to the parcel line, knock the first one down to 750 feet, leave the rest of the zones where they are for distance.
Is that a move? Are you motioning that, or are we just gonna write that down?
We're still discussion.
Yeah, okay.
We have to move
Yep.
forward, we're told.
I like that, I guess.
So-
What do you guys think?
Parcel line 750,
Yep.
leave the rest, you said?
Yeah.
Jerry?
Yep.
Okay. Strike the eligibilities, right, okay. All right. And we already worked out the whole other zoning, or do we still need to work with that?
No, I think we got that, and then
got
the
that.
last one would be, I
Bring
think,
them all in.
the
The
grandfathering.
grandfathering in all the
of-
previous placed
Of the existing
pipelines.
pipelines.
How do we word that, Toby? You're the professional.
There were slight changes, not big ones like this, I don't think.
Didn't the wind tower thing get back and forth in 2 sentences?
I guess as we're waiting here. So if we took care of those were the three things out of staff report that, or are we missing one?
4, 5, 6, and 7. So 4 was the zoning,
Yep.
5 was the setbacks.
Yep.
6 was the eligibilities, which we
Yep.
got that, and then the grandfathering and the previous, yes.
Okay, so we've addressed all 4.
Now, where's Tony? We would like to make sure that I'd like to talk to him.
Yeah, is Tony out there? I mean, we gotta ask, yeah, we gotta bring him in and ask him if he's okay with
We did have public comment, and now it's on ours.
it.
It's been submitted.
It's our deal, we can change it if we want.
Yeah,
So I guess we don't need it.
yeah. Did you see though in Minnehaha?
But I was under the understanding that this
Went
is now a
down.
collaborative effort with the person that brought the
Yeah,
ordinance, right?
we're supposed to
So-
work with him.
But it is up to.
Yeah, it is up
We
to
don't
us.
need his permission necessarily.
Right, I just wanted him to know what we're doing.
Yep, I think it'd be good to have.
Should we? What is this? Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, we can. if
Because
you-
they went down 1,000. I didn't know if we should do that or
Yeah,
just.
we can if you.
For which one?
Did you see this one? They went down to 1,000. Do we go down to 1,000 or leave it at the
Church, schools,
2640?
is that what it was? The-
Yeah, I don't know. With healthcares, I would rather it be,
Well, my biggest concern is, you know, your healthcare facilities, you know, only a half mile from those, I mean, that's your lifeline, you know,
Right.
that's, you know, your, to me, healthcare, your emergency response, your fire department, all that kind of stuff is, keep them as far away from those as you
yeah,
can.
I think we keep it at the 2640. I just had looked at Minnehaha counties and I'm like, but okay. Yeah,
Yeah, I remember right, healthcare is any business that sees a patient, so even dentist office are
Yeah.
healthcare.
And that's what I'm, you know,
so we keep that at the 2640 for sure.
Come on up, friend.
Come up, Tony.
Mhm.
Come up, our friend. All right.
Haven't heard that a lot when you're up here, have you, Tony?
We can't, we raise it.
Oh, no, we can't open it up. Never mind.
Um,
Scratch
Do we want to run through him with,
that. Bill said,
no?
Public input.
Okay,
okay. We just
Very
want
good.
you in here so, yeah,
so you can hear.
listen. Oh, you were? Okay. All right. So do we get everything right? Now we need to go through and make a motion for each one, is that correct? Or are we gonna wait on you?
Yeah. Do we need to have the exact verbiage when
Okay.
we make the motion? Yep.
Okay.
So do you got some of them ready, Toby?
None of this is clean, but I'll just want to show you kind of what it looks like. So, and this is my chicken scratch, but essentially what you directed me to look at was, so you would put this as a permitted special use in the rural residential district, it would be 154.077D. And you want it in the R1 residential district, 154.097C. And the C commercial district, 154.117F. And the light industrial district, 154.137J. And the I2 general industrial district, 154.157E. So this would essentially make it permitted special uses in all of the zoning districts, in addition to the ones that were drafted in the ordinances as A and, or the A1 and the RC, Rec Conservation District. So the only thing that I don't have drafted for you, though, would be how this would look in this particular ordinance. So it would add sections, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then this would be off, so that
So
would
it'd
have to
move
be
all the
changed.
other sections down.
Correct.
Yep.
Yep.
So.
And then what I understood to be is under the setbacks, you would take out eligible building sites.
Yep.
And you would replace that with 750 feet.
Yep.
My understanding is that we would not change the measurement, it would go to the property line.
Correct.
Correct, so that would stay as drafted. That was the only thing that I understood to be changed.
So when we move on the addition of those zones that you just showed us, can we move to add all of them at once, or do we have to have a separate motion for each one?
Well, you could recommend, all you're doing tonight is recommending adoption to the Board of Commissioners as drafted with the following amendments into there.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, but we don't have to cite those here, we can,
Well, I just did.
yeah, perfect,
Yep.
there you go, Toby,
And then you have the grandfathering in.
perfect. And then the grandfathering in of the,
No, I discussed with legal counsel on that, so that would require some fine tuning because, well, the main point is that you would want to craft it enough, my understanding would be, so that you don't grandfather in the two applications that are before PUC tonight, or pending, right? That would be difficult to do. However, without any of those changes, they become a legal non-conforming use. So that's what the existing pipelines would become if they did not meet their standards. Legal non-conforming uses, which that happens every day.
Yep.
So, yep.
We could handle those.
Don't know. That might
Maybe.
be a legal question, you
Yeah.
know, that, yeah, so.
So we can leave that out of this ordinance anyway, just.
I can't draft that language tonight for you.
Okay.
That would require some fine tuning, so, yep.
Thanks, Toby. So basically, the way I see it then, now we can move, now we can make a motion on this ordinance with the amendments, correct?
Yeah, as Toby said, if you'd like, you can make a motion to approve it as written with the
With the amendments, with the drafted
We've
amendments.
discussed.
Okay. I'm gonna move to approve, as written with the written amendments. Scott?
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second? A motion to approve with the drafted amendments.
Yep.
No second? Okay. All right, still working. What do we need to change?
Well, I guess I just struggle with these setbacks because it's like Scott said, you know, unless I'm looking at a map and I can see where things are at, like my thing is I keep going back to healthcare. It's like, is a half a mile sufficient to be away from a hospital or a clinic? Because if that thing goes, and is that far enough away? That's my biggest concern is, are we, you know, keeping them, you know, giving them the same amount of, you know, than we are, you know, other businesses, other, you know, the property owners, because those are gonna be the ones that if somebody does survive, we're gonna need those facilities to make that happen.
Do you have a recommendation on what we should be?
That's what I'm contemplating, is the half a mile sufficient, is a
Mhm.
mile sufficient, what, that's why I, you know, when I look at that and I look at Minnehaha counties, well, all their stuff isn't, you know, inside the city, they don't have these small clinics out in these, you know, these smaller, you know, third class, second class, you know, populations like they have written here, so.
Yeah, they have Garrison, Crooks, Baltic, all those towns,
Yep.
Trent.
So that's why I'm just wondering if, you know, if some of those have healthcare facilities on the edge of town, because that's where they had eligible land to build it on, and then all of a sudden they come and say, well, we're gonna run this thing right half a mile from your hospital. And that's what my thought is as far as, you know,
Well, this is time to do something about it. I mean,
Yeah.
if you wanna make it more, let's make it more.
well, but that's what I'm asking of you of, do you feel this is sufficient for that, or do we need to have something specific for healthcare facilities? I'm just throwing it out there because that's,
Cause we could take, they're lumped in right now currently, all right?
Public parks, schools, and healthcare facilities. So do you want to do
We could
public
pull-
parks, schools at the 2640 and then put the?
Could we just pull the healthcare facilities out into its own category?
that's what I'm asking you is do you feel that a half mile is sufficient for those? And,
I wouldn't be opposed to pulling healthcare out and having its own
To a mile?
distance.
But still, then, like, how many healthcare facilities do we have outside of even a third class population center? I don't.
I don't know if we have any,
Well, that's it.
But outside the municipality,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
but also we're talking about the future too, maybe not now.
Completely concur.
yeah.
But like the first thing I thought of was like the treatment center at Tallgrass, and the treatment center down here in Canton is,
Keystone.
are some of those, on the edge of town, that type of stuff where we need to give them a little bit, more consideration. But if
Yeah.
that's not an issue, it's not a.
So they are, they would be protected by the municipality setback currently. Yep. I can't just think off the top of my head that we got a healthcare facility that isn't in a municipality, but there might be one
I
somewhere.
don't know,
but
somebody's got a chiropractor office out of their house, like, I don't know.
I just can't think of one in Lincoln County
No,
that
that's
isn't
why I
within
was
the
bringing that up to
municipality.
See if there was maybe a, nursing home or something like that may be,
Where are all the nursing homes?
but maybe it's a moot point. And
I
just
feel
need to
it's,
move on.
it's covered by the municipality.
Okay.
I'm trying
But
to
then
think
I-
of where the nursing homes are. Is the one in Hudson still open?
Yep.
Okay.
And then you go back to setback for the three different communities is what, is that based off of some type of rationality? Why do we give the population of less than 500 less distance than we do, should they all have the same?
Well, the rationale could be that well, it depends, right? The smaller populations typically have a volunteer fire department that would be the one that would have to respond.
Yep.
So based on the time frame from somebody to get from their home to the fire station versus a southern side of Sioux Falls that would have the 1 mile that has a full-time fire department, right?
But when you're telling this person that lives in a community of, less than 500 people, hey, you only get a half a mile protection, but we're giving people who live in the city of Sioux Falls, 1 mile of protection. So why is that? Why is the person that lives in a larger community given that whole mile of protection where somebody in that smaller community is only given a half a mile? Is it because of the number of people that are affected? That's my thought is that, if we're giving people in the larger communities that mile, why aren't we giving that same respect to people who live in the smaller communities?
That's a good point.
Because, unless they can run faster in smaller communities.
I
don't know.
think part of
People in
it
small
is,
towns are
whoops, sorry.
faster.
I grew up in Hurley, I could run fast.
No, but I think part of it is because they're gonna go in the more rural areas, any of them are, even in the future. And if you start again with all them larger setbacks, then are they gonna have a route?
But then if you say, you got a half a mile setback from these smaller communities and all of a sudden these communities start developing and growing and all of a sudden they're gonna not be able to develop anymore because they got this pipeline within a half a
Right.
mile of their city limits. So that's what, as we think forward of, what happened if, like you said, Hudson starts growing or, Davis starts growing and, so all these, and if this pipeline's a half mile from that town, is that gonna hinder the development of these smaller communities?
Sure.
Should we just make the setback for all municipalities the same?
I mean, that would be my suggestion, because then we're giving everybody, the 1 mile buffer from any residential.
So here's my thoughts on that. I've been hearing about every sentence starts with if or what or nobody knows. So again, it's hard to put something out there and just put out a document that's full of ifs and what ifs.
Yeah.
You know, smaller towns, there's less people, they can get out faster. Bigger towns, more congestion, more cars. Maybe they need farther distance because it takes them longer to get out of town. Like, what if?
Mhm. No, I was just bringing it up as a option to.
Having grown up in a town of less than 500, like, I would like to see 1 mile for everything, right?
Would you be opposed to that, Jerry?
No, you can sure propose it, yeah.
Like,
Should we add that?
I don't think any one municipality is more important than the other.
Okay.
Correct.
Do we need to add? So we'd add that to the proposed changes.
What was your number?
1
Commissioner
mile.
Green?
The 1 mile, so the
Just make all the
5280,
municipalities the same.
the 5280 for each one.
Then that also cover,
And then that just simplifies it, because then if somebody goes from one class to the next, it's just
Yeah,
across the board.
right, yeah, if somebody, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if they get 10 new people next year, then it could be different. Mhm.
We also
And
have,
that covers basically the healthcare too then,
Yeah.
They would, they double the healthcare.
schools. Yep,
okay.
good discussion.
All right, we get that added one, Toby? Perfect. You scared me. Any other changes? Gentlemen? Mr. Green? Are you sure you can run that fast?
I think so.
I know some guys from Hurley and they're pretty fast.
They're pretty fast, aren't
Yeah. yeah.
All
Well, like
right.
me, you used to be, and now you're not anymore.
Okay. All right, so if that's the changes, then we need a motion.
So we have a motion on the table.
Yeah,
Well, no, that is.
because it did not, it,
Oh, that's right.
It
So
failed.
we need a new motion.
New motion.
With,
That's right.
basically now we've added another thing to the
The
additions.
change for the
Yeah,
population
so-
centers to all be 1 mile.
Correct, yeah, so you can make the same motion, it's just gonna have that in it instead of not, like mine did.
So to clarify, we're talking about 750 feet from any, let me get the right wording here, dwelling, church, business. And then 1 mile from, okay, then we can just, it would 2,000 feet from public parks, schools, and healthcare facilities. And then 1 mile for all
Municipal
municipals.
boundaries.
Boundaries, yep.
So only thing we're changing is 750 feet for residential. We're leaving,
the 2640 and the 50, yeah.
and then changing a mile to everything else for setback.
And striking the eligible building sites.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do we have a formal motion? Do we have a motion, gentlemen?
There's nobody,
All right, in order to get a vote,
yeah.
I'm going to make a motion, we approve the ordinance as written with the exceptions that we discussed, 750 for residential church businesses. We'll leave the things for public parks, school, healthcare, and change municipals to 1 mile. And we'll strike the housing eligibility. And then we got to figure out a way to grandfather in the existing pipelines, or they just become non-conformant.
Yeah, that won't be part of this ordinance.
I'll make that motion to get a vote.
And then you want to add that the addition, well, they've already been added. I'll second that, Scott.
All right, so clarify, you made a motion for this ordinance with the amendments, the drafted amendments that we have made,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Correct.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Did you second? Yeah, a
Yep.
motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm going to say discussion. So, again, I'm still thinking on this. I know there's just a lot of unknowns for me. And we're taking more time if it goes and gets kicked back. And we're putting ourselves farther behind. On the other hand, we can send it and see where it goes. And the commission can sure make any changes that they see fit. They can make amendments, addendums, whatever they would like to do also to conform maybe more in their direction. You know, and the other thing that makes me nervous, we haven't consulted with legal on these either. So that's my discussion, that's my thoughts. And I'll probably get a vote first, so take your time.
Right? I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the fact that in this forum, we've had Micah, Chase, like living on Madera, I assume, college kid, Beta Theta Pi shirt, college kid. John Stever, looks like he's a college kid, but he's graduated, so good for him. I appreciate the fact that we've had individuals that have come to this forum and said they had no intention of speaking. 2 individuals that got up and specified that and spoke, Tennille, Kathy Sullivan. And the fact that we have state delegation here. You know, me as a constituent, this is one of those deals that I think the state had the opportunity to take up, but they're leaving it to the local government, i.e. us. So, it's hard work. And I don't know that we're gonna get everything right. I don't know, but, I do know that it's not gonna be for lack of trying. And I hope the commission takes what we're doing serious. If we pass it, I think there should be a recommendation, Toby, that whatever this looks like, there is some sort of map that shows the commissioners what the impact is, based on any setbacks if they are approved, because I think it's important. I think our role is, as we go through and do this process, and we hear from landowners about landowners need protection. Nobody comes to the commission when a landowner makes a poor decision and says, that was on me, right? But there is hey, help us protect our land values. And I appreciate that because that's livelihoods. They're worth money. Like you, Jerry, I don't know, right? This is, for us, we're voting. This is more than a starting point. This is, we're past the starting point. We are making a recommendation to the commission on what we think, right? Pipelines, 2050 pipeline plan. I don't think pipelines are going away. I think this is a long-term, effort that we are trying to get out in front of and plan for. So yeah, it's, I don't know either. It's going to be a tough one. I am frustrated that the commission did turn down the opportunity to have a working group where there could have been more than just a 3-hour session of listening to this and coming up with these decisions, right? But here we are.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, that was, in my notes, Commissioner Green, that's one of the things I had as an option Yeah, my three options tonight were, what I wanted, one of the three was we're either gonna go through this thing line by line and get it done tonight, or we can postpone it definitely to our next meeting and let the applicant reword some things, or we could move to have a committee, right, here. And looking back at it, that's probably what we should have did 2 months ago, is kept it within our hands, but yeah, I am disappointed that the commission didn't take that opportunity to work together with us, the commissioners, the residents, but that isn't what happened. So tonight we're here, we went through it line by line. I think we did a good job. I know we've all studied this thing and we've formed our own opinions, and I think we're educated on it, and so we'll see how the vote turns out.
One thing I am, a little bit frustrated about, and this is just feedback for, I am frustrated at the fact that Tony called for immediate recusal of our newest member without, I think having anything. That is another member that could have been up here voting with us, just because of being appointed by somebody that has recused themselves. Bill, I assume, we're gonna end up, I think, tabling your later discussion point to hopefully the next meeting, right? Where we talk about biases and recusals and stuff like that. Unfortunately, maybe we should have had that earlier in the deal, but, I think it is important for, as we go through this process, we maybe could have done it a little more diligence at the time, but, that would be like just saying, since I live within the city limits of Sioux Falls, I'm automatically biased about anything that has anything to do with Sioux Falls, right? Or because I was appointed by Commissioner Schmidt. Anyway, I am somewhat frustrated by that immediate motion for recusal, just because there is the perception that it could be more in the favor of the applicant, right? By calling for recusals because we think somebody's gonna vote one way. That's not the way I like to do business.
Well, he wouldn't have had to leave either. Yeah, we didn't ask him to.
Right.
He did that on his own, so,
True.
Tony can ask for what he wants, he wouldn't have had to leave. I totally.
Right. New member, though.
I can understand.
I remember when it was my first.
Yeah, I
meeting.
can understand. If somebody would've said that to me at my first meeting, I probably would've walked out too. Maybe wouldn't have came back, but, yeah. So yeah, anyway, good points. All right.
Just one last thing, I wrote this down today when I was going over my final notes, and, our job as a board, and I consider my personal job is protect families and properties, and also considering the long-term health of the county. We can make an motion right now to protect one house off to the side and really hurt the county for a long term, and it's just, you try to think of all those aspects, and I guess that's just one phrase I want to put out there. It doesn't help nothing, I just want to say it's how I always try to look at everything.
And these are hard, right? We don't have a set criteria that we're following to approve, something from the comprehensive plan. This is the amendment of an ordinance, right? This
Yep.
is,
In which, let's not forget, if this by chance passes us and the commission, this is something that can be reworked down the line. If there's something that needs to be changed, it can be changed down the line.
Yep. I wouldn't say we do it all the time, but we sure do.
Right, but it.
But we do it. It can be, yeah, it's
It
not.
is something that can be changed down the line.
Yep.
All right. So, discussion done? Colin, you kind of quiet over there?
No,
Any further comment from me, I'm just going to hold my tongue and think that's probably best. So, we have a motion and a second. We've had our discussion. So let's vote. Commissioner Jongling.
Is that alphabetical?
I'm just going down here.
Insta's first. Yeah, I still got concerns, but I do want to get something out. Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Oh, was I next?
Yeah.
Just because I can't see the impact on a map, to see what this is, what it looks like, for me visually, I'm a no.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Commissioner Instead?
I'm with Scott. Unless I see it on the map, I'm just not comfortable with all this to be able to say, yes, without a doubt, these setbacks give me, and then gives them also a viable path through the county. So I would really need to see something on a visual that would show me. So I'm a no.
Okay. Commissioner Hogan is a yes. So it does pass 3-2 with our changes.
So hopefully they.
Good evening. We are going to ask you to table this PowerPoint presentation. We've
I was
put
ready to
in.
make a motion.
Are
We've
you
been
sure?
putting good work tonight, and I believe that this is a presentation that's important but can wait till the July meeting. And so that's our request.
What agenda item is it? I've shut mine down.
Conflicts of interest.
business number
Yeah,
one.
new business number 1.
Okay, I'm gonna move to postpone definitely new business number 1 to our July meeting.
Got a motion?
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Toby?
Same with our comprehensive plan update. Are we
Gosh, I
gonna-
hope so, because I'm tired.
I'm ready to go home.
Yeah,
I got stuff to do.
I'll be brief with mine, and then we can table the next one as well, too. So-
Okay.
So for an update, review the Board of Commissioners' actions, the rezone application that you recommended denial on, that was over by Lennox to split the property to allow an additional housing eligibility, that they upheld the planning commission's. Let's make sure I get that right. Let's see. 14-022. This is Joshua and Kelly Spielman. They are the property outside of T. We've identified that they're in non-compliance with a couple conditions. We've been in contact with them and haven't heard anything back yet. So I'd request that we schedule a review on that one. The second one is conditional use permit 15 CUP 019. This is Doug Tinklenberg. This is the property off of the Klondike Road. And so it's determined that it's in non-compliance with the conditions on that permit as well. I'd like to schedule a public hearing for the review of that. Don't know if we're going to recommend revoke or not, but we need to at least start the process to work with them to identify that, so.
Yes, and
Do you
isn't
need a-
Spielman, wasn't that the second time? Hasn't he come before us before?
It was amended by the
was
board.
amended,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. No, I don't need a motion on that. I'm just.
Do you need a
notifying
motion
you.
on
Nope,
that?
Just
Nope.
notifying you that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I should ask if there's any objections, I guess.
No.
No.
Okay. All right, and then, our consultants here, if, I'll take his place, is that, a couple of quick things is, the main thing is, since the last meeting, he's worked with stakeholders and staff. So at the next meeting, we'll have more definitive kind of future land use map is what you guys worked on the last month. The other thing, more importantly, that I want to generate is that we have posted the second survey on the website. Comes up as a pop-up box. If you haven't taken it, please take it. Encourage everyone else to take it. It's really kind of geared towards those specific questions. Second is the responses from the first survey are also posted on the website. So if people want to go and review what those comments were and what those findings were, they can certainly do that. But otherwise, we're ticking along pretty good with what the what the timeline was. Again, next month though, we'll get a little bit more meat and show you a little bit more kind of what we're looking at for the goals, policies, and the future land use map. Okay, with that, that's all I had. Appreciate everyone tonight. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Toby.
Can I get a
Thanks,
motion to
Toby.
adjourn?
I will move to adjourn. Scott?
All in favor?
Aye.